At our final project event here in Brussels. A very warm welcome to our participants who are tuning in online and to our guests who are joining us in person from the European Commission. Welcome also to our Horizon Europe funded sister projects who are also conducting research into transformative change for biodiversity. Welcome to our colleague from UNEP Brussels, and welcome to our guests from other Brussels-based organizations who are also pushing for a world where biodiversity and people can thrive. Just to let you know that this meeting will be recorded. Perfect, thank you. So, when we began this project nearly 3 years ago, we started with a simple but a crucial question. How can human decisions and behaviors support biodiversity rather than undermine it? We know that the science is clear. Biodiversity is in crisis. But what is often less talked about is the role of people in this. Our values, our identities, the way that we make choices and the systems that we build. And that is where PLANET4B has tried to make a difference. Over the past 3 years, this project has connected researchers, civil society organizations, community members, practitioners working in policy in the private sector from across Europe and beyond. Together, we have tested big ideas, nurtured communities across Europe that are founded on inclusion and biodiversity stewardship, and developed new knowledge and tools to help decision makers, educators, and the next generation of change makers to put biodiversity at the heart of our choices. So today's conference is both a celebration and a conversation. It's a chance to share what we have learned, to reflect on the impact that we can already see, and most importantly, to look ahead. Not just the conclusion of a project, it's a contribution to the broader European and global effort to halt biodiversity loss with people at the heart of the solution. So thank you once again for being here and lending your voices and your curiosity to this discussion. We invite you to engage actively throughout the day, to question, to challenge, and to imagine with us. And with that, let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. So this morning, we'll start by introducing you to the PLANET4B project, what it set out to achieve and the research journey we embarked on. We'll then share some key insights in terms of PLANET4B's methodological advances for understanding and engaging with biodiversity, values and behaviors. After a coffee break in the morning, you'll have the opportunity to hear stories of transformation from PLANET4B's fantastic case study partners. And those stories will take place in a range of creative mediums, so definitely something to look forward to later. 12:15, we'll move to floor 1 for our sit-down lunch, and those joining online, there'll be a short interlude between 12:15 and 1:15 CET. Do join us again after lunch, when we'll be sharing some of PLANET4B's innovative new tools, methods, and resources for engaging in discussion and learning about biodiversity and its benefits for people. Later in the afternoon, we have 4 wonderful guests joining us for a panel discussion. We have Gilles from the European Commission, Marcus Janssen from the University of Arizona, Julia Levington, who's a CLA in the IPBES Transformative Change Assessment, and Jean Nell from Wageningen University, who is involved in a number of transformative change cluster projects. So those who are online, do tune back in for that highlight. And for those who are here in person, we will migrate to the rooftop bar later in the evening for drinks, nibbles, and most importantly, a celebration of 3 years of collaborative research in the PLANET4B project. So those online, things will conclude for you at 3:30 CET. So thanks for tuning in. And with that, we will move into our first session. So I'm going to pass over to Ilham and Alex. Welcome to the floor.
Thanks, Kira. Okay, so my name's Alex Franklin, and together with Ilham Soliv and Agnes Soliomi, it's been my privilege to co-coordinate the Planet4B consortium. And it's wonderful to be able, with a bit of sadness because it's coming to the end, but to be able to be here today to share with you some of our tales of transformation, and in turn link to that from our tales of transformation to the types of transformation, the ways of transforming which we think are needed in order to try and turn the tide on the ways in which we respond to and address the crisis of biodiversity, but also very much linked to it, the crisis of society. So what I'm going to do to start with is just to remind everyone of actually what Planet4B stands for. Hopefully most of those in the room don't need a reminder, but for some of those online. Planet4B, as is reflected in the level of ambition in the number of the words in the acronym, is for understanding plural values, understanding intersectionality, understanding and using leverage points to think about attitudes, norms and behaviours, and social learning for the transformation for biodiversity decision making. Okay, so I guess to begin with, in a way, this whole day is about our tales of transformation, but this is to begin with the story behind the tales of transformation. And I always struggle with trying to think, where is the beginning? Because obviously whatever you think is the beginning is never really the beginning. We've also got a relatively diverse consortium, but I think one thing that we can say that has really brought us together, which is a kind of beginning for this consortium that resulted in Planet4B, is a shared acknowledgement and appreciation of the fact that decisions about biodiversity are never neutral. They always reflect histories, they reflect power structures, they reflect lived experiences, they are relational and they are situated. And with this, it raises questions like, who gets to decide? Whose knowledge counts? And particularly for Planet4B, whose knowledge seemingly doesn't count? Why doesn't it count? Why does it get excluded? And then from there, how might we reimagine decision-making in a way that addresses all these issues? And what if we got to a point when there's a much broader understanding in society that the ways in which we relate to biodiversity are inseparable from the ways in which we relate to one another? So this is what led us to really prick up our ears, especially with acknowledgement of Agnes, who triggered it first of all, to this funding call that came out, which was built very much on the fact of biodiversity loss being this fundamental crisis that needed to be addressed, but especially the fact that it was focused around the societal dimensions of this crisis and the decision-making and how the decision-making affects this crisis. So the call was built on this well-established knowledge that business as usual and levels of production and consumption as they currently are, if they're not addressed, are going to have devastating consequences, not just for biodiversity, but for the planet as a whole. What was asked for, which also particularly interested and excited us, was a very action-orientated approach to understanding. So understanding the worldviews and the norms and the practices, but also understanding that complexity of how that comes together into institutional systems and how it operates from a micro to a meso to a macro level and all around. Alongside, it was about not just thinking about all the negatives of crisis, but really trying to identify those positive examples, those tales of transformation which we bring together here, but also the ways in which you can bring together and amplify and extend positive examples by approaching them with research-based interventions, by experimenting and working with people to try to increase the possibility and enable the possibility for both biodiversity and society to come together in a much more equal way. So, I'm going to watch out for the animations, haven't I now? That came together as a grand ambition for three reasons. The first aspect of the grand ambition was really trying to understand better not just gender or religion or ethnicity or race or age or culture or disability or norms or rights or values or behaviour, but trying to understand them all together, understand how they intersect with one another, and understand how they intersect across a range of different cultures and societies and places and scales. The second big challenge was about understanding the complexity and using this understanding to actually try to achieve change within the time of the project. So trying to design different stakeholder interventions, trying to create transformative pathways, and trying to get a series of targeted but scalable policy recommendations so that we could really engage all enabling players from the ground all the way up. And then third, the challenge in itself was doing these two things together. And as Ilholms, really spent a lot of time problematizing and discussing, the significance of that challenge, that it is so risky to try to both understand and do at the same time. But the problem is, if you're just understanding, that's not enough. It's not going to get heard, it's not going to get listened to. But if you don't fully understand whilst you're doing, you've got to be so careful about what is the impact you're having, what are the unintended consequences of what you're doing. So really trying to bring these things together, and then I would add doing so within 3 years. So that was the ambition. How did we go about it? So we went about it just structurally for those joining online. I know the rest of us know this very well, with a lot of numbers attached and a lot of T's and D's and C's and all the rest of it. First of all, work package 1, which was very much about, the theoretical understanding. So really trying to sort of understand theoretically what decision-making is, what theories there are on decision-making. As you'll hear, there turns out there's quite a lot of theories on decision-making. Understanding intersectionality, challenging our understandings between us as a consortium of intersectionality, and also just as much challenging our understandings of biodiversity. And then also understanding, as we'll hear more on about shortly, biodiversity discourse and the role that plays in all of these sort of powerful and vested interests that are in play in this arena. Work package 2 was then about reviewing, discussing, testing and adapting different creative methods, which you'll hear a lot about and you'll see today. Work package 3 is really the heart. If I was to redraw this diagram, it's really the heart of the whole process, which are 11 case studies where we really work together with a broad range of learning communities and sectoral advisory boards to test out these different interventions and co-create and adapt and develop them. And then work package 4, which is very much current at the moment, but trying to synthesize this vast complexity of knowledge and bring it together into these transformative pathways, which we're going to hear much more about today, alongside work package 5 and 6, about communicating our findings, about trying to bring synergy together with the transformative change cluster, of which PLANET4B is about, and also thinking about joint initiatives about open science, and obviously about the ethics of it all alongside. So, serious heavyweight objectives and a serious plan to achieve these, but also quite a tightrope. A tightrope, though, which nevertheless we all feel very privileged and inspired to be able to be part of, and one which we know the importance of. We know the importance of trying to stay together and trying to walk this tightrope, but also feeling held up and supported by it, and the need to get to the other side. Along the way, if all of these ambitions and challenges are not enough, the fact that things have changed quite a lot in the last 3 years, maybe not quite as much as the 3 years preceding PLANET4B, but nevertheless, a lot of change. Unfortunately, a lot of change, arguably in the wrong direction. Wars, pandemics, rising living costs, ongoing geopolitical changes, trade wars, you name it, it keeps going. On the one hand, this makes it even more difficult to really try to think about how do we really, prioritize and bring to the fore again biodiversity when there's so many other things, there are so many other concerns. But on the other hand, it actually really enforces the importance of what we're doing, the fundamental need to get this biodiversity prioritization out there if ever we're going to address any of these other issues which are going on and interwoven alongside. The good news is the fact that we've had the most incredible group of people to work with. So we've had an amazing consortium of 16 official consortium partners, but what this slide really doesn't do justice to is also the 60 odd or more members of the learning communities and sectoral advisory boards, and also the project advisory board, which have been part of our consortium. So all the volunteers, all of those not officially part of the main project, but yet have been absolutely fundamental to what we've achieved. So I acknowledge those, and I also acknowledge the support of Sophie all the way through, our wonderful project officer, who has helped us as the elephants, keeping going along that line, keeping us up, holding us up there. So thank you, Sophie, wherever you are in the room from that side. So what seems like sometimes an impossible task is something that has become much more possible, which keeps going and will be taken forward. And what we want to do today is share with you through the agenda, also for the benefit of those who might have joined after the beginning, the agenda that we've got for today, the lineup we've got. Now, on the one hand, it represents what our project's about our history of the project. But I also just take this chance to share, for those not in the room, perhaps a better representation of our project, possibly slightly chaotic, very busy, very colourful and diverse of our project. So do take a chance, those who are in the room today, to also have a look at our Tree of Life, which we worked together on yesterday, thinking about where the roots and the trunk and our strength, thinking about the branches, and thinking about also, if you're wondering where there are a lot of mushrooms on there, the ideas that are popping up and coming forth as a result of it. And I also invite those of you in the room, there's some butterflies alongside. If you want to add any more reflections today, please do so. It will be really lovely to add your butterflies to our Tree of Life. But just to go back, to not panic everyone, to actually what we're going to be doing today, as was mentioned by Kira, I'm going to pass over in a minute to Ilham to tell you a bit more about the actual content of some of the advances we've made in understanding what's needed for transformative change. And this is also going to include hearing then from colleagues about particular key sort of dimensions of the theoretical understanding and frameworks, including about discourse theory, including about intersectionality, and including also about this key aspect that holds us together of a transdisciplinary approach. After that, we're going to hear all about the wonderful heart of the project, the 11 case studies, about their transformative change stories. There's hopefully a very immersive experience before lunch. Following lunch, we'll focus on some of the engagement tools, some of the ways in which we've been trying to do justice to what's been happening in the case studies, about everyone who's contributed, and some of the things, including especially the educational tools that we've developed and the catalogue of methods that we're in the process of developing. We're then going to have the expert panel, and I spotted Jean come in somewhere already. Jean's there with it. So we've got Jean and we've got Gilles coming in person. And then, as we mentioned, we've got Julia joining online, and also Marco joining online from the US. And finally, as is reflected, at the end, the chance to go together and have a bit more informal discussion and sharing and reflection and farewell in the rooftop bar. Okay, so with that, I pass over now to Ilham.
Thank you so much for this inspiring introduction, Alex. Every time listening to you, I know why I particularly enjoy working in this project. It has been an absolute privilege to be part of it in the last 3 years. So let's now move on with some of the advances that we thought we could present today. And first one is on transformations and interpersonal institutional change that I'm going to talk about. Most of you know this figure that Donella Meadows introduced a while back, which kickstarted one of the most influential conceptualizations of transformations. In her work, Leverage Points to Intervene in a System, frustrated by the negotiations at the time, she suggested we could think of society as an environment and the environment as a coupled system, and she asked the question, so how can we change the system? And suggest that if we put all of the different interventions and leverage points that we could use in the system, we can see a continuum that goes from more biophysical, environmental leverage points and interventions to more societal, social, individual-related interventions and leverage points. And she suggests that we need to, as a society, move towards the social interventions and social leverage points, because change here will result in a greater impact for the entire society. This has been taken up by many scholars, but particularly one, I think, well-cited source from Abson and colleagues stresses in a very important, nuanced way, one important dimension of it. They say historically, the attention has been mostly on the lower part of the lever, where the attention is more on the biophysical, technical solutions such as creating infrastructure, parameters, numbers, buffer sizes, material stocks and flaws, relative delays in the system, organizing feedback, negative or positive, and so on. Whereas the attention given to the upper part of the lever has been limited, it has been understudied and underapplied. Here we have information flows, rules of the system, how we organize ourselves as a society, goal of the system, how we operate individually in terms of our mindsets, what we imagine immediately when we hear about the problems, and can we really shift some of the paradigms that govern us as individuals and groups and communities. This has been taken up relatively strongly by many scholars, funding agencies, policy actors at the global, regional, local levels, all of them now having explicit references to these concepts. And one of those very specific policies have led to the call to which we applied as we agreed and strongly endorsed some of the messages that were put out in this call. Here we see the definitions adopted by the two most relevant, most probably powerful also IPBES assessments. One is global assessment from 2019 and the other one transformative change assessment from 2024. They define transformations generally in line with Meadows' definition, describing deeper and fundamental and system-wide shifts in views, practices, and structures as transformations. So equipped with this knowledge and this understanding of transformations, and having in the team also some of the, I think, leading scholars, practitioners, policy experts working on these topics, we have looked at transformations across 11 case studies. This included 5 so-called intensive or place-based case studies. This is enabling outdoor nature recreation for children with disabilities in Oslo and in Norway, opening nature to Black, Asian, and ethnic minority groups in Central England, UK, urban youth, especially those with migration backgrounds in Germany, city food for biodiversity and inclusion in Graz, Austria, and Swiss attitudes, especially in the context of religious values towards agriculture and biodiversity. On top of that, we also had 5 so-called extensive or sectoral cases. Here we looked at drivers of biodiversity loss in the fashion industry, starting with Italy, but also with global perspectives. Agrobiodiversity management through informal smallholder seed systems in Hungary, environmental awareness raising in education, also in Hungary, agriculture and migration across the European Union, trade and global value chains with special focus on Brazil and Netherlands, but also European Union and global links. And finally, sustainable investment behavior with focus on multiple, from global, European to more micro, Norwegian and individual levels. You will learn more about these case studies in the next sessions and by exploring various materials available here at the venue, meeting and talking to the teams behind these case studies and exploring also online materials. We would like to highlight one specific lesson here in relation to the leverage points framework that we think helps advance our understanding of transformations based on our experiences and observations from the case studies. So here we see the leverage points framework that most of you are familiar with. We have realized some of the strengths and limitations of the framework, and we thought when we think of these different leverage points along the continuum, we can think of a reflexivity dimension that is particularly important. So we thought, let's maybe extend it in a way that helps us to understand and also facilitate change in our case studies. So we reorganized slightly the framework in the following way. So we put the framework on the top. You will see the conscious, deeply reflexive change that triggers transformations. On the bottom, you see less conscious or not conscious, habitual, default change that comes from the environment, from the reorganizing infrastructures and policies. And anything in between, of course, is possible. Then we have also noted that one of the well-known dimensions that is discussed in relation to this framework is the power dynamics. It's the relationships between, in specific context, between the actors involved in these discussions. So we suggest a new dimension to this framework, and we call it situatedness, and we understand it that some change can require discussions of abstract and universal ideas, and we need to be aware of the global discussions for this, but some changes require very, very specific place-based, in connection to specific people, in connection to specific names and locations and communities. And we need to be aware of this dimension so that we cannot imagine that any single leverage point can be fit for all the contexts. And we decided to combine these two dimensions to create our reflexivity situatedness matrix, which looks approximately like this, which allowed us also to think of our leverage points, interventions, the question, so what do we do when we have a problem? How do we analyze what the problem is and what the appropriate action is? And it helped us to understand whether we want to talk about abstract, whether we want to talk about more specific, and whether we want the change coming from our minds or from the environment or the policies, or some combinations of it. And finally, this allowed us to understand the types of transformations we desire for different cases. This is not a very accurate representation, or this is not meant to be a calculation of transformation, but conceptualization of it. And we see that on the top left part, we see transformations that are coming from intrapersonal change, where focus is on minds and individuals. On the top right, we see transformations that come from interpersonal change, where focus is on relationships and communities. And on the bottom center, we see transformations that come from institutional change, where the focus is on institutionalizing and normalizing change that we would like to see in the society. And from our experience of working in the case studies, one particular lesson is that we saw that very often we need to understand transformation as a process that moves based on the discussions between the partners and by winning over new partners. So when we started with relatively abstract ideas, we were at the number one to the left, talking about research, how we understand literature, but very quickly as we talked to people who are actively involved in policy practice, it moved us to the right when we started talking about very specific cases, specific locations, and people's lives. Then we, of course, academic partners try to push back and say we need to take a step back and understand better some of the concepts. So this is an ongoing process of back and forth. And we call this a reflexivity situatedness matrix. And I am coming to an end of my part. To sum up, we suggest to think of transformations as changes at multiple levels. One needs everything, everywhere, all at once, with different context-specific emphasis. We need to be conscious of power dynamics, not only in terms of direct material, but also indirect, soft, network-related power. We need to be aware that our actions can reinforce and be in harmony with one another, or contradict and even discourage other actions with similar goals. And finally, it's useful, at least for us, it was useful to think of transformations as a continuous learning process, because it helps us to open new opportunities to see new, greater peaks once we reach the first summit. Yeah. And finally, I would like to finish with all of that in mind, looking back at the original leverage points. We suggest to think of transformation as a mix of interpersonal, and institutional change. we believe that can have serious consequences for research policy and practice of transformations in addressing biodiversity loss and potentially more generally. Yeah? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we're now going to go straight into our next presentation, exploring discourses and frameworks around biodiversity. So Robert, welcome to the floor.
Yeah, my name's Robert Home. I'm presenting the task 1 of work package 1 right from the very beginning of the project. I'm presenting it on behalf of quite a large team of people who worked on it. I have 10 minutes. If I named everybody, it would take 9.5 of them. But you can find the list of names on the deliverable, deliverable 1.1, I believe. It was quite a large undertaking. We had many thousands of documents to work through. And I'm just going to give you a very quick overview of what we came up with. How do I change slides? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, narratives are important. That's the first statement I want to make. The IPBES values assessment shows quite clearly that that the global biodiversity crisis is linked to how we value in political economic decision making. Essentially, that's how society talks about biodiversity. How society talks about it influences what actually happens. In a recent Nature article, Pasquale et al. And their colleagues echo that and expand upon the IPBES findings. They said the current dominance of market-based values in policy is a key driver of the biodiversity crisis. What that means is that the narratives reflect society, which we understand, but they also shape it. How we talk about things, how we frame things, how we choose what to highlight. The narratives we choose, they shape public understanding, they shape public policy priorities, and they also shape collective action. And how exactly does that happen? I've chosen quite a provocative quote from Takash from 1996, who says that you can't know what biodiversity is. And there's one particular part of that I want to highlight is the confusion that it conveys. One thing we know is that people like biodiversity, people want biodiversity. The biophilia hypothesis is so established that it's almost theory. Everybody agrees we want biodiversity, but the confusion, many of us don't have a clear idea about what it is. What that means is that it makes a vulnerability. So somebody who wants to operationalise or instrumentalise biodiversity for their own purposes has a very easy run for it because they can argue about biodiversity how they want. And if people are not equipped with knowledge to counteract that, it's very, very easy to believe. And biodiversity is complicated, we know that. And as humans, what we tend to do when we find something complicated is we tend to reduce it and simplify it. We turn it into simple versions that we can understand. And people are very good at exploiting that. So if we want to transform towards sustaining ecosystems and addressing the biodiversity crisis, the narrative is already being influenced by people. And if we want to be involved in that, then we also have to start to influence this narrative. And to influence it, we have to understand it, and that's what Task 1 was all about. So what we wanted to do was find out what the societal narrative is to kind of establish the starting point for our project. We looked at the discourse in academia, in media, political parties and environmental NGOs. Academia have the stated goal to be objective. The media, political parties and environmental NGOs don't. They each have an agenda which is normative and purposive. So starting at the top, academia. We started off with a lot of articles and eventually distilled them and finished up with 64 that we did thorough reviews of. The main discourses we identified were concern, utilitarian discourse, which is based around ecosystem services, scientific discourse, which is biodiversity as a repository of knowledge, an obligation discourse, moral and political obligations, some interventionist discourse, actions for preservation. And what you'll notice is these slowly stop being objective. So science, despite the aim of being objective always, much of the discourse in the scientific literature is not. It's actually quite subjective and is actually calling the crisis a crisis and saying we really, really need to do something. And the last one, of course, is solidarity, humans as part of nature. For the news outlets, what we did was we went to 9 different countries and chose the 5 major newspapers from each of these, going for left, right and central oriented news outlets. And then we took 10 articles from each of those from the previous year, and then looked at the rhetorical functions that they use in these articles. The functions we identified were informing, in 35% of the articles, which is kind of notable because that means that there was not informing in 65% of them, which is, you'd think, is actually what newspapers are supposed to be for. Persuading came in 30%, accusing came very often in 30%, entertaining and othering in 4%, 3% and 4% respectively, raising hope and warning. Warning was quite prominent as well. The political parties. We looked in 4 different countries at the major political parties in these countries, and we looked at their press releases about what they openly put forward as their policy. And their rhetoric centred on persuading, accusing and othering. Persuading is usually persuading voters that they are the political party that is going to look after biodiversity. Accusing was accusing their opponents as being the political party that wasn't going to look after biodiversity. And othering is dehumanising anybody who has a different opinion, especially activists and protesters. The NGOs actually had a surprisingly similar use of rhetoric. Of course, completely the opposite opinion. We looked at NGOs in UK, Switzerland and Norway, looked at a lot of their documentation, and find out that their rhetoric is based on informing, warning and persuading. So there's also a lot of persuading there. Persuading is the stream which went through academic, political parties, NGOs and also the media. It's people use biodiversity to try and convince others that their point of view is the right one. It can be used for political parties, obviously for voting, for newspapers to sell the newspapers, and for NGOs for recruiting and fundraising. So what we can conclude from this is that the language used by interest groups, every interest group, is chosen strategically, is chosen for a purpose and is chosen to actually pursue their own interests. I use the word press ganging, so biodiversity is press ganged into being used by other people for human purposes. Usually to persuade others to take action or sometimes for inaction. It's often used to justify or explain their own inaction or action. And what we do with these results is to inform the other project work in the PLANET4B project, and also contribute to expected outcome 1 of the project, which was to establish conceptual understanding of how the terms biodiversity, ecosystem services and nature-based solutions are perceived and communicated to the key target groups. So how did it inform the PLANET4B project? One thing is clear is that creative or fraudulent, thank you, interpretations of biodiversity, they work best on a disengaged or an uninformed public. If somebody is co-opting an idea and twisting it around a little bit and trying to convince you that they're right, this is much easier for them to achieve that if you don't know a whole lot about it yourself. And very many of us don't know very much about it. And what happened in the PLANET4B project was we had a lot of case studies. And this morning, you can learn a lot more about these case studies. And what these case studies have done, they've showcased and highlighted public engagement. And this, I think, is a very important tool to counteract this coercion or press ganging of biodiversity, the concept. The other thing that's happened in PLANET4B is the co-production of educational materials. These give people the knowledge, the information, and this information is also a very powerful tool to counteract the press ganging or co-option of the narrative. And this afternoon, after lunch, you'll get the opportunity to hear a lot more about the educational materials. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. And we're now going to move on to Anita, who's going to talk us through the methodological advancements in PLANET4B relating to intersectionality analysis. Welcome to the floor.
Thank you so much, Kira. Good morning, everyone. Have you ever asked yourself whose knowledge, values, experiences do we bring in when we come to deciding about diversity, biodiversity? Who do we include? Who do we bring to the table? And how are groups of people who have maybe multiplied privileges or multiplied disadvantages, how they are affected by our decisions in the biodiversity implementation? So when I talk about discrimination, I think many of us have something in mind, people who are discriminated against. But what are multiplied privileges? I think that is also an interesting view, because in the policy sector, people have sometimes a lot of privileges they are not aware of. So we have maybe a higher education, we come from a good background, we have maybe a family backing us up, we have maybe a lighter skin tone, we have maybe a gender which is hegemonic in the situated sphere we are working in. So the privileges we are having, we are sometimes not aware of. And also the other way around, people who are disadvantaged sometimes are not even aware of those things. So that's something we found out. And have you ever asked yourself, how can we, with our proposed policy responses, actually reduce inequities in our society? So maybe think the other way around also. By doing good to the planet, can we also do good to the human people? So what we did in this project, we did a lot of knowledge co-creation. As you already heard, we have very, very diverse set of people, organizations. And when we came together in the first 6 months of this project, it was really a journey for us. Getting to know each other, getting to know the concepts we're working on, getting to know the ways we are working with those concepts, and getting to know that we are doing it very differently, and nothing of that is better than the other, but it's just complementary. And we had to take care of taking everything into our way of working. So what we did is we tried to come up with a methodological framework, a way of doing things. So this is very much on a process level. I would say the thing we did with intersectionality, we put it into an RRI frame, to use an old concept, yeah? Responsible research and innovation. Some of you might already be aware that it's not so familiar right now, but in the last 10 years or so, we worked a lot with that. So we thought about reflexivity. We heard already about the word. It's very important in our project, but I think also in the kind of work we're doing. How can we inform ourselves through a process of reflexivity? Where do we stand with our privileges, with our history? What do we bring in? How can we approach actors in our case studies so that we are discussing with them on eye level? How can we acknowledge the different forms of knowledges and their situatedness? And how can we do then actually biodiversity case studies with an intersectional lens? What does that mean? So we heard already about the case studies. I just want to highlight that we worked with different communities, always on the intersections of different social categories and identity markers. So we worked with children with disabilities, we worked with ethnic minority communities, we worked with urban youth, a lot with migrant stories. We worked with, in the biodiversity case in Austria, where I am from, with women, with very diverse women, and we worked with religious farmers in Switzerland. So in Austria, we quite often heard, why are you doing a garden with women only? Yeah? And maybe you see the asterisk there. So this is because we define women as people who see themselves as women, plus also non-binary people. Some of you might be familiar with the Flinter wording. So this is what we refer to. But why? In Austria, and this is just to give you an example how we operated, we could do that for each case we did. So in Austria, we have still a very high gender pay gap. Women in Austria face a significantly higher risk of being affected by poverty. We know that poverty then is a primary driver for food insecurity. And we know that the access to opportunities for co-determination and to actively participate in societal decision-making is more difficult if you have poverty issues. So we knew that could be an interesting target group if we want to have a biodiversity case in Austria with a green space and with a food case. So we targeted these women with either care responsibilities and or migrant background, race and or experienced poverty or the danger of be excluded or experience poverty. Then we did all our case studies, A lot of everything happened in between. What happened in between, you will learn later. And then we went back and took a mapping tool we made by ourselves, and it consists of several things we learned from others, to find out if we actually hit the intersection of discriminations and disadvantages we wanted to aim for. So we used a diversity item questionnaire from colleagues from Germany, adapted it to our needs. We used additionally economic data because we thought it's very important to precisely know if there is a danger of exclusion or poverty. Then we used this wonderful academic wheel of privilege. Academic means it's a little bit more precise for us in academia because it takes into account not only skin color, etc., but additionally also the background from our family education-wise, if we are working class, first-generation academics, if we have permanent positions or not, etc. So for some of you, that might be really helpful to go through that. And we use that to convert quantitative and contextual qualitative data into 3 levels of privileges. And I just used a simple traffic light system. So you see here just, you don't have to read everything. You see just what we did in the Austrian case. We did interviews, we did this questionnaire, and we found out that we have a lot of green, which is good. I'm happy for those women that not everything is red. So green means this is a position of relative privilege. The orange means that there is a moderate lack of privilege or a potential marginalization. And you see in the first line, they are all cis women. So we had no trans women. And this means it's orange because we have the gender pay gap, etc. So they are starting not in total disadvantage, but there could be the danger of disadvantage, and we have to take care of all the other things. And when it comes to the red, you see that there is a significant disadvantage. So some of them live actually in poverty or are in danger of living in poverty, especially those who have children, and especially those who are in a relationship where the husband earns the money, but not the woman themselves. So these are those things. And when we evaluated it, we found out that we met our target group, but not precisely. So they were less in poverty than we thought, but we found out more other intersections of multiple disadvantages, which were really, really relevant for our work. And we learned a lot. So we learned that there, for instance, are a lot of chronic physical or mental health conditions, which are coming together with migrant stories or care responsibilities. So a lot of you maybe can relate that those health conditions come on top, and they lead to those intersections of disadvantages. This is my last slide, just for Kira. So what we need is we need to think about intersectionality in terms of justice to have out the big term. We want to propose intersectional justice for biodiversity policy as to aim for, because we think that access to environmental resources and biodiversity decision, they are shaped by intersecting social inequalities. We see that those are limiting individuals' opportunities to sit on the table to participate. Because if you have a lot going on at home and care responsibilities, etc., if you have to struggle in your life, you don't have the mind and you are not invited to the table to make those decisions. That's the basic point. And yeah, these are the fundamental prerequisites we need for a meaningful involvement. It's not enough to invite people. We really have to give them the opportunity to be free, to be invited and actively participate. And the last point is already a little bit handing over to the colleague who's coming after me. So we say biodiversity governance and policy making must address the social dimensions of exclusion with a participatory approach, with a transdisciplinary approach. Thank you very much.
And transdisciplinarity is at the core of what we've been doing in the PLANET4B project. And I'm pleased to welcome Berit, who is going to talk about PLANET4B's work on transdisciplinarity. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Berit Juncker-Köhler. I work at the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research, and I'm happy to present you this morning the advancements of PLANET4B's work on transdisciplinarity and development of a transdisciplinary diagnostic framework for the assessment of biodiversity decision-making. And we get also the presentation going. And there's a report where everything that I will tell you now is also really written out precisely, but I will try to give you a short summary. I think we all agree that we can understand biodiversity loss as a wicked problem, and that it is too complex for a single discipline. So transdisciplinarity connects science and the scientific knowledge from different disciplines. Yeah, is everything right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, this upper one. Yeah, to connect it with practice and the practical knowledge of practitioners, and thus the diverse knowledge systems to enable a real transformative change. So that looks a bit abstract, but I think we can imagine that different people from different interest groups and different knowledge realms need to sit together, work together, look at specific case studies to get this transdisciplinary work going. Yeah. So in PLANET4B, we really saw the need for developing such a transdisciplinary diagnostic framework in order to provide a shared knowledge, a shared language across the disciplines and practices, to map biodiversity decision situations, to make assumptions, values, and blind spots visible, to support reflexivity and the co-production of knowledge with the stakeholders. And here specifically to enable a comparison across diverse cases, contexts, and methods. For example, those 11 case studies in the project. And to guide more inclusive and effective interventions. And to, last but not least, strengthen the capacity for transformative biodiversity change by means of that. Yeah, what did we do to develop this transdisciplinary diagnostic framework? So we started with building the knowledge base. For that, we did a systematic review of around 290 theories of change and EU projects to map the diversity of approaches that are already in use. And as Robert was presenting, we did also in this project a discourse historical analysis of biodiversity narratives across academia, media, political parties, NGOs, and also businesses, in order to uncover how biodiversity is framed and which values and assumptions dominate. And also this dedicated intersectionality framework that Anita was presenting was co-developed in this process, supported by participatory methods such as workshops, interviews, storytelling, nature walks, and role play. To make sure that equity and inclusion were built into the framework from the start. Yeah, in the second phase, we tried to establish a common language and to do comparison by means of transdisciplinary workshops, where case partners developed so-called stories of change. And we linked them to the theoretical approaches from phase one in that stage. These were then systematically mapped to the leverage points framework that Ecom presented really nicely. And this framework acted kind of as a boundary object for comparison across these diverse cases in the project and the different disciplines. Then in the next phase, we focused mainly on validation and refinement. And here we held case-specific dialogues where partners applied both the leverage point framework again and the reflexivity situatedness matrix that Ecom also presented just before, and in which the different interpersonal, and institutional levels are integrated. So this step made it possible to compare then the researchers' perspectives with the stakeholders' perspectives, and to test whether the diagnostic tool and framework would be able to be used across the real-world settings. Yeah, and in the fourth phase, we then tried to integrate and broaden the work from before. And this process then revealed actually important gaps in the leverage point framework that particularly had to do with the aspects of power, agency, and justice. So in that step, then we tried to integrate even several other frameworks that you see here at the bottom, which was the IPBS plural values framework, the decision-making framework of Ariel Watten and his colleagues, and also Sharma's transformational leadership framework, also called the conscious full spectrum perspective. So these different strands then we try to synthesize in the final transdisciplinary diagnostic framework. But I think it's fine to say very shortly a few words about these different new frameworks that came into the picture. The one that you all know from the IPBS, the Life Frame Lenses Plural Values of Nature framework. And here, these life frames really reveal how different worldviews shape what people value in nature and how decisions are made. And it helps us actually to understand and reconcile value conflicts by linking broad and specific values to indicators across the different knowledge systems. But I'm sure you all have quite a good understanding of this framework. The next one was the decision-making typology framework of Ariel Watten, a Norwegian researcher. And he highlights here in this scheme that on how institutional arrangements like markets, hierarchies, communities influence nature-related decisions. And this framework enables us to analyze actually who decides, which values count, and how governance systems affect transformational potential. Yeah, and finally, it was this 3 spheres of transformation framework, also called the full conscious spectrum response framework, that emphasizes the need for change across practical, political, and personal spheres, as you see. And by doing that, it adds somehow depth to the framework by integrating leadership, agency, and reflexivity as drivers of a systematic transformational change. And that actually brings me to the final proposal for our transdisciplinary diagnostic framework. And you see all the different elements we tried to integrate here into this final framework, the different lenses that we now heard quite a bit about, the discourse analytical lens, the intersectionality analytical lens, also the reflexivity, and you called it then now more towards the end, the situatedness matrix, and also, of course, the leverage points framework. And it also brings in the elements from the other schemes, like the decision-making typology, and the full conscious spectrum response, which actually shows that there's a need to look at the aspects across the different spheres that are indicated here. Yeah. How does this advance the current knowledge? That's maybe the last point I would like to make. We think it advances it by exposing both the strengths and limits of the more used leverage points framework for biodiversity decisions, that it integrated all these different lenses, the intersectionality, discourse, analytical, and reflexivity lenses into one diagnostic tool, and that it also linked into this framework the plural values, the power and agency and justice aspects and perspectives in order to do a biodiversity decision analysis. And I think importantly, it showed also in the process of generating this framework that only deliberate full spectrum transformations across these different spheres are adequate for a lasting transformational change. And last but not least, it enabled comparability across the diverse case studies in the PLANET4B project, but also in the best case will give a good framework and suitable framework for future case studies on that topic. And that brings me to the future, and I think we could say now about the work in work package 1 on this framework, but also maybe for the entire project. Using this quote by Winston Churchill, now this is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but perhaps it is the end of the beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you to our three speakers. We now have some time before the coffee break to take a couple of questions from the audience. If anybody has any questions for either of our three speakers. There are some microphones floating around the room. Yes, let's go to Ruth at the back.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the discourse analysis work, and I did wonder if Robert could suggest ways it could be used beyond PLANET4B, since this is now towards the end of the project. What does he think we should best use from it?
So ideas for the applicability of the discourse analysis methodology beyond PLANET4B.
Good question. I think what we have to do is be aware of how discourse is used by others with different opinions and try and learn from that to try and use similar methods that are used by our opponents, because not everybody in the world is advocating for biodiversity in any meaningful way. So if we want to do that, I think we can look at what the others are doing and really learn from that. And it distresses me a little bit to say it, but I think the others are better at it than we are. I think that we seem to find it easier as humans to go for negative emotions than positive emotions. And I think if you want to get the positive emotions to have some space, then we really need to look at how other people are using the narratives and the discourse and learn from that and try and push the positive narrative.
Thank you, Robert. We'll go to Jean now. Let's swap.
Thanks. It's interesting that you picked up on the discourse analysis, and you asked a very similar question to what I was going to ask: is how can we use this, and how was it used to inform ways of thinking and shifting ways of thinking when you presented it to your use cases? That's very interesting in PLANET4B, because I think one of the things that we're thinking about in BioAgora is, instead of doing a mainstreaming tool, to think about how to reframe narratives of delay, which this is very much so. So it is something that we could pick up and talk about a bit more in that, because once you recognize these narratives of delay, they come at you all the time and you can recognize them, but having the tools to reframe them in a constructive way is really useful. And I think that's where we need to get better. As you were pointing out, people are so much better and they just exaggerate. There's always partial truth in these delay tactics, but how do you acknowledge the exaggeration and fear-mongering and move forward and reframe? And I think there could be some clever ways there.
Thank you, Jean. Really relevant. Let's go to Geeta at the back. Anna, would you mind running around?
Thank you. It's been really interesting listening to all the presenters and the rich case studies over the last 3 years. We've got a lot of powerful stories of transformation in relation to how people, particularly diverse communities and grassroots communities, doing incredible work, relate to biodiversity. Is there a theoretical model of some sort which incorporates the diverse themes in how people relate to biodiversity? Is there one already out there, or are we the first to do it? Or hopefully do it? Maybe Ilham or Alex?
Yeah, no, thanks, Geeta. And I think the thing that's been really significant, I guess, to me, coming from a sort of background of human and cultural geography, of how much theoretical frameworks, how much, energy and time and knowledge has been put into exploring this, but not specifically in relation to biodiversity. And I think that's the gap. And I think that's where it comes back to understanding what are we meaning by biodiversity, and in the context of understanding all of these social dimensions and all of the indirect drivers, and much the debate we've had around whether we're talking about nature or biodiversity. So I think there is a lot out there, and sometimes there's almost perhaps too much, because when I sort of alluded to that we were looking at different theories of decision making, and there was 70 odd different theories and conceptual frameworks to try and work through all of these different disciplines and starting point. So I think there is some really helpful material out there, but it's really putting it in the connection specifically of biodiversity, learning from a lot of the work that's been done around things like intersectional environmental justice in the context of spatial planning, in the context of climate change, but really putting at the same time the spotlight of biodiversity as well. So thank you for the question.
I can only add to that there is a similar trend, I think, in terms of how much knowledge is being produced together with those who are affected. So there is a wealth of knowledge about how transdisciplinarity works, or we need to understand in principle. But if you look at whether that knowledge has been produced together with all those who are affected, that knowledge gets much smaller. So in that sense, I think I see the trend going upwards. That's good news. But there is a still long way to go till we actually co-produce the knowledge that we talk about with those who are affected.
Okay, that's all we have time for, I'm afraid. Oh, let's go with one more. Go on, why not? Go on, go ahead, no, please.
Coming back to the first question, but then for the two other presentations, I would love to hear just a few words of how you think intersectionality and the transdisciplinarity framework, how you see them going beyond PLANET4B. Just in a few words, please. Thank you.
So I wonder if Anita or Berit, you want to share some reflections on that? Yes.
I can try to begin. Maybe Berit wants to add something. So we are already working a lot with intersectionality in other projects. And for instance, I'm working in it in the medical technological sphere with it. We're working with people who get prosthesis. And we work there exactly with the intersectionality lens, and transdisciplinarity is something we are doing all the time. So I'm coming from a research institute who is working for decades, not me personally, but also others in transdisciplinary settings. So working with people who are affected, people from NGOs, intermediary organizations, and we work on societal issues and try to do it in a participatory way so that the knowledge of people who are affected by it is included while we are doing it. And then we are avoiding all those translation issues we have otherwise, and the knowledge to action gap and things like that. So that's very important to us. And I think this is something we wanted to point out for PLANET4B, that it's also very important in the biodiversity issue. So I think that's the new thing. It's not new to put intersectionality and transdisciplinarity together, but in that context, I had the impression it's quite new, and those of us coming from the feminist side of STS, for instance, were adding this, and the others were adding others, and as Berit wonderfully showed to us, it was a very complex process of bringing all that together, but it definitely goes on. Thank you. Berit, do you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe just shortly, I think it was such a great opportunity in this project to bring these different lenses and ways of working and thinking together. And now to have laid out such an integrating framework that could be used for future cases to map them and to understand them better and to make them more integral, or yeah, to think about all these different dimensions when designing actions, decisions, analyzing decisions, designing cases and future projects. So I really hope that this can be carried on. Yeah.
And maybe just concluding remark from my perspective here on this as well is that we all know that we need transformative change. We all know that we need more action on biodiversity and inclusion. And what is less clear is the how. And I think this makes a significant contribution to that. And the relevance of this applies, I think, at the global policy level, you know, things like the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Global Biodiversity Framework that call for a human rights-based approach to addressing biodiversity loss, focused on inclusion of diverse knowledge. And that filters down, of course, to the EU level, to the national level, to the subnational level. And I think this contribution offers a way forward in how that can be done in practice. So yeah, just a final thanks to our speakers. And we'll now take a short break. We'll come back at 10 to 11. Just to inform you that there are toilets at the end of the corridor. All of the drinks and snacks outside are complimentary, so please do help yourself. And we'll see you back here for a very exciting session after the coffee break, where you'll get to hear our stories of transformative change from the case studies. Thanks.
So just a quick note for our colleagues online that we will be back in just under 10 minutes. Thank you to our colleagues online.
I'm going to back in. Sound check, sound check. Shall I hand straight to you for the next section?
So, welcome back, everyone. My name is Eszter Kelemen. I'm from the Environmental Social Science Research Group based in Budapest, Hungary. And it's a pleasure for me to be your kind of host for this session before the lunch break. And you already could hear a couple of exciting things about our case studies. But in this next 90 minutes, we hope to immerse a bit more in the transformative change stories created within and by our case study partners. So this is basically just the very same map already indicated by ILCOM, including 11 little dots on the map, the 5 intensive place-based cases and the 6 extensive sector-based cases. You will have a chance to dive deeper a little bit into each of these cases in 3 separate rooms, which I will briefly explain to you. But also during the coffee breaks, there are posters on the wall. In this little table, there are material which you can check, read, and take with you. Outside, there are lovely apples from Austria, which is also something for you to taste the case study from Graz. So enjoy yourself and get familiar with all these cases. And then about the 3 breakout groups. So in this plenary room, we will have a talk show. So we will have 3 rounds, each lasting for 20 minutes. We will have a host for the talk show, a couple of prepared questions, and in each round we will invite 3 to 4 case study representatives to join the discussion. And of course, also the audience will have the opportunity of asking questions from the cases. In the room just right behind the coffee break, there is an exhibition from photos which were taken in 4 cases. So in the exhibition room, you will have guided tours of these photos taken in the cases. And in the room next to the exhibition room, there will be a cinema, because also 6 short documentaries have been produced in our case studies. So in this cinema room, you can enjoy the movies. And then let's see the schedule for each of the 3 rooms. So in this room, we will start the talk show with the urban use case, the fashion and the agrobiodiversity case. Then at 11:25, the trade, the agricultural migration and the religious farmers cases will be on going on. And the 3rd round will include the Graz case study, the Oslo case study, the UK case study, and biodiversity education from Hungary. Also, these schedules are placed on all the doors, so you can navigate yourself. In the exhibition room, we will start the first guided tour at 11 with the Hungarian education case. Then there will be another guided tour with the Oslo recreation case at 11:20. At 11:40, we will have the guided tour of the agrobiodiversity case. And at 12 o'clock, a guided tour with the religious farmers case study from Switzerland. And if you would like to rather stay silent and just enjoy some lovely movies, then you can join the cinema room. Also, there is some popcorn there. Starting with the trade case, then Dadimas, fashion, urban use, and Biodiversity Graz. And just a couple of housekeeping rules. Feel free to move around flexibly. So you can join one of the guided tours in the exhibition room, maybe pop in the cinema for watching 1 or 2 movies, and then come to the talk show. The only thing we would like to ask you is to please respect the discussions in this room, in the talk show room. So if you join the talk show, please do not leave in the middle, all right? You can come in, but please do not leave until the talk show is on. There are always 5 minutes breaks between the rounds of the talk show, and then you can move to another room. Regarding interaction, in the talk show room, we will use Mentimeter just to enable also those who are joining us online to place questions there. So also those who are in the room, please, I will just share my screen with the Mentimeter link. Type your question in the Mentimeter, and then the facilitator will pick questions from the audience. In the exhibition room, the guide will be all yours, so that will be a free-flowing discussion. You can ask whatever you wish from the guides there. And in the cinema, there will be the movies. And I think that's all from my side right now. Yes, thanks, Kiera. So for our online participants, you will be staying with us in the talk show. And yes, hopefully you will enjoy a lovely discussion here. So now you can just make your choice. Go either to the exhibition room or to the movies, or stay here with us. And I'm asking the first panel for the talk show to take place.
All right. We'll wait for the last few people. Fabulous. I think we have our talk show Yeah, thank you so much for choosing this. It's, I think, a really exciting opportunity to hear about the transformation stories. So just to introduce myself, I'm Claire from Coventry University, and I joined the project about a year ago. And one of my first tasks was to actually bother quite a lot of people in the project and ask to hear about their cases and their research methods and their transformation stories. And that was such a lovely introduction to the project, and I got to talk to all of these exciting and interesting and caring people about what they've done. And so hopefully the talk show is a little bit of an opportunity to share that with you. So we're going to have Bori from the agro-biodiversity case study in Hungary, Anton from the urban youth in Germany, and then we have Matteo from the fashion study in Italy. So we'll just go down the line this way, and I'll pass the mic down. Just to very briefly introduce your case study. Yeah, we've got 20 minutes and we want to get to the transformation.
So hello, everybody. Thank you for coming here. As Claire already said, I'm Bori from Hungary, and I worked on a case study about agrobiodiversity, which is, of course, a very broad topic. So we narrowed it down to seeds, and particularly seeds of vegetables. And what we were really curious about when we were doing this research is that who are the guardians of seed diversity? How do they work? What is their connection to the seeds, to gardening? What do they need in order to keep up their work and continue guarding agrobiodiversity and seed diversity? And looking at the broader picture, how would a seed system look like that supports diversity and care and not only production? And what do we need in order to make the transformation into this kind of seed system?
Hi everyone, I'm Antonin, and I am part of the PLANET4B learning community. I was involved in the German urban youth case. We focused on, as a migrant-led and migrant-oriented organization, young people from diverse backgrounds, mostly like underprivileged. Our main question was how to solve the issue of a feeling of powerlessness that young people can experience when it comes to how to act towards preserving biodiversity and environment, specifically for young people who don't have many opportunities, who are struggling already with financing studies, working on top of studies, or when to find a space and where to find it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Antonin.
Hi everybody, I'm Matteo Villa. I'm at the University of Pisa and I'm part of a team of a case study on biodiversity and fashion system. And this is an extensive case, and we had a mainly exploratory aim to understand better this kind of relationship that is not really still observed in the academic literature, while there are several works and documents in the business-oriented degree literature. So we wanted to understand better from a scientific viewpoint, but not only, and to understand on one hand a huge and global system, a very complex one, how it works, but also understanding mainly from the bottom up, from the actors that take part in the system, how they deal with this kind of topic, and the possible emerging alternatives to a business-as-usual system that is in some way destroying our biodiversity.
Fabulous. Thank you, everyone. You can really hear me. Okay, fabulous. So just while we wait for the mentor to get up, maybe think about your questions that you have for the panel, just because we won't be taking questions from the audience. But before we kick off with that, I'd just maybe like to start with a few, I guess, your main transformation of change story that you felt, and maybe something that really resonated with you. Just, yeah, a couple of sentences on that would be lovely.
Yeah, about transformative change, and as I said, it was mainly exploratory, our work, but still we were able to build up, organize a advisory board full of people that are engaged in different ways in the system, even in finding alternatives. But it was an opportunity to share between them and us, and then between us and students, other stakeholders we met during the project. A lot of insights about how fashion system is hampering the biodiversity, but also in which way people try to fight and deal with these kind of issues. On one hand, for instance, try to design a sustainable business model, a very alternative business model. On the other hand, try to inform and get information about how the system works, for instance, in exploiting labor on land, and continue to be made on the growth paradigm. So we were aiming to go in a system where we had not more than enough, but much more than enough.
Fabulous. Thank you, Matteo. And Antonin?
For me, I will focus on specifically one weekend-long activity we did, a package intervention, where we brought together a group from our community to a nature house in a nature reserve in a park to do some activities together, workshops, but also to have this everyday life together. Through all these activities, focusing on learning, but also experiencing nature together, we really had some really interesting outcomes because we came there with varying degree of interest in the subject. But by the end, we were all together collecting, leaving the place cleaner than we found it, collecting all of our trash, bringing it down, even through the train to just find a place to sort it out. And later on, we got news that some of our participants changed a bit their habits in life, in like purchasing, consuming, and their general relationship with nature also changed and increased. They felt more connected to nature as a whole, also more tolerant towards, you know, these bugs that we don't want in our house. No, it's our part of it. We're there, welcome. So just small changes, but that was already heartwarming, really.
So the agrobiodiversity case was a bit similar to what Matteo worked on because it was more exploratory than doing. So one of the things we did was we did a lot of interviews and desk research, as I already said, to see what kind of system would be needed or would be ideal for diversity. And then we outlined a very interesting vision for future based on mostly the interviews. And it was really nice and interesting to see that this is not something that we have to make from scratch because we already have the seeds of this transformation, if I can say that. So we already have the seeds of this kind of future that we envisioned, and also our participants who gave us interviewed envisioned. So for me, it was really inspirational that this is not something that we have to make out of nothing, but it's more that these already existing initiatives and institutions and people can be empowered and encouraged and supported in different ways.
Or in role
All right, so as a grassroots movement, like CGE themselves, and like the role was to really provide a community, to create a community. This is what can really have an impact in this feeling of powerlessness and empower people. When you're alone, isolated, you really feel that much out of reach from any positive action. But creating this group, this collective, created a dynamic where people encourage each other, learn from each other, and like the activities then became not just things that we have to apply to a group, but things that were co-created, that were really co-decided, co-managed. And this is what really gave this feeling of empowerment that we were looking to raise. So I think this is really important to promote this kind of grassroots initiatives wherever possible, and wherever possible give all the participants the room to just decide what they want to do with the space we can provide.
This is better. Okay. And yeah, thank you. And grassroots organization, in part we observe them, in part we collaborate with them. And I could say that there are three main kind of contribution we're giving this topic, but it's not really about fashion and biodiversity, but it's about fashion sustainability. That is not, is a bit different. The first is, I could say, sustainable practices. The second, education, the third, advocacy. But the first, many several organizations, could mention, for instance, Caritas, organize a sort of sustainable practice in reuse, repairing, recycling, materials, of course, coming from the fashion system, but usually connected with social aims such as work inclusion, social inclusion, and things like that. At times, we organize something that have a aim to build up more local level consciousness, awareness, and indeed we have education paths or sensitization, awareness raising. And this is organized by organizations such as Greenpeace or volunteer organizations of many kinds. And the third, advocacy, is quite interesting because there are international networks of non-profit grassroots organizations that, for instance, Clean Clothes Campaign, Fashion Revolution, that collect many information about how in the system the work is exploited, land is exploited and polluted, and how social and environmental issues are connected. And they work also in collaboration with the European Union, with international projects. And this is a very important contribution because there are many things that we don't know about, the things we address every day.
Lovely, thank you. And yeah, definitely a link between the empowerment and the knowledge there and the role of grassroots. Bori, would you? Yeah.
So one of our key findings was that the key of seed diversity lies in the hand of small-scale gardeners, like small-scale farmers, amateur gardeners, and hobby gardeners. So there is definitely a really big role for grassroots organizations because they are the ones who are able to conserve this real diversity, because gene banks have a really important role, but it's very limited what they can do in a centralized system. And the other thing that came up a lot was that seed movements and grassroots organizations have a really important role both globally and on an EU level in advocating for farmers' rights and seed legislation. Because if they are not involved in the conversation, many times the ideas and needs of industrial agriculture and industrial actors are pushed into the front. So it's also a really important part that grassroots organizations and NGOs can play and do play.
Thank you so much. That was, yeah, I feel like there were so many nice connections between the empowerment and the engagement and these, like the diversity of roles a grassroots organization can play. Perhaps now we can move to one of the audience questions. Esther, did you want to select a question or did you want? Yeah, really great question. Bori, we're going to start with you for this one.
Okay, I will try to give an answer for this. I would say that including like research, including the people who, so defining who the research is for, and then including those people, those groups of people who we think will be benefiting from the research, or who we would like to be able to use the results later. They should be involved in not only during the whole research process, but also the preparation and the planning of the whole process, and also the evaluation of the research from findings and the whole research program. That's what the first that comes to my mind. Let's see.
Small interlude.
This is thinking time.
Perfect. Yeah, I needed it. So I think one of the answers to that is to have a diversity of organizations and of associations that deal with really specific audiences and diversely specific, let's say. So yeah, the more diversity in the field of NGOs, the better representation we can have in research projects, and there needs to be strong connection between research actors and civil society sector with specific topics and groupings of interest.
Really nice. I like the specifically diverse. That's a really good idea.
Okay, thank you. Difficult question, but I would say a couple of things. The first is, yes, in some way we should be, wouldn't say obliged, but almost to involve the people that are usually excluded, even maybe excluded because difficult to get access to. And in the case of fashion systems, clearly the workers in the further countries that are, of course, oppressed, with very low wage and very, very bad conditions. And this should be a condition for a good research project. The second one is methodological, in the sense of adoptive methods that help to get these people not only involved, but able to express their voice. And this is absolutely important. So I guess the two elements are to be combined. At times it could be very different because, for instance, in our case, workers in these conditions are also in our countries, West countries, but are mainly in other countries, different places, difficult to get access to, etc., etc. And conditions to get them a kind of voice can need a high level of participation, relationship, and be part of from the research in contexts that are difficult to be part of.
Fabulous. Yeah, I think those examples all really nicely kind of like applied some of the things we were learning about in the first session this morning, and maybe, yeah, how the leverage points kind of what that actually means in practice and what that could look like. We have time for a very short quick fire round. So maybe a 10-word answer is what I'm going to ask for. Esther, did you have a final question for us?
I think I have one, which is very nice. Can you share an utopian vision how our world would look like in your field, fashion, seeds, use development, ideally?
Wow, okay, right. In 10 words, let's go.
A smaller, simpler, cleaner system. A system where I can dress this kind of short that is very old. And even a couple of spots I cannot clean up anymore, but I hope it is legitimate anyway.
Brilliant, love it.
I would say have every young people have the ability, the mental capacity, the freedom to influence the way the world is going in a way that matters to them and to shape a better future.
This is something we talked a lot about during the project, and maybe shortly summarized, it would be a world where farmers are free to choose their seeds, and they are also free to save their own seeds and breed their own varieties, and also sell their own seeds. So selling seeds is not only restricted to big agricultural companies. Yeah, that would be the basic idea.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we are out of time, but thank you so much to our three panelists. That was such a, it was lovely to hear all about your transformation stories and a little bit more texture from the project. So I believe we're now going to have a 5-minute interlude, of which music will be provided. And we'll come back for the second talk show.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Well, it was nice to...
really good.
Ah,
Thank you. It's very cute.
I tried to say yesterday something about granddaughter. What's that? I wanted the big red chair that you can pull.
I knew there was one. When I think out of the suitcase, there was a second one.
So you can have one mic for yourself, and then the other one can be passed. And then
That one?
This is the one with the issue? This is the one with the problem? Sorry. Um, a quick test of the microphones for our colleagues online. Rita, if you can hear us, can you confirm if you can hear this microphone clearly? So this microphone can now be heard clearly. Let me test the other microphone. And now we can test the other microphone. Yeah. So this is now microphone 1 that you can hear. This is now microphone 2 that you can hear. Okay. So this one isn't fine. Okay. So, sorry, Rita, to confirm one more time. I'm now speaking into microphone number 1. Can you hear this one clearly if I'm speaking like this? This is microphone number 1. Sound is good on 1, great. Now, testing microphone 2. This is microphone number 2. Confirm if you can hear this one. If you can hear it clearly. This is microphone 2. If we can just confirm one more time. If you can hear it clearly. Great. So you cannot hear this one clearly. This one that was working well. Testing now microphone 3. Rita, can you hear microphone 3 clearly online? 3 is good. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, hi, hi.
Well, welcome back to the second talk show about these very interesting transformative change stories of the case studies of PLANET4B. And welcome back also to the people who is connected with us online. As you know, you can connect to the Mentimeter to ask any questions at any point if you want. And at the end of this session, Esther will select those questions to ask to our case studies. My name is Pedro Navarro, and I work on the case study of fashion and biodiversity at the University of Pisa. And the main interest I had in this project was to try to better understand the connection between transformations in some economic sectors with broader societal transformations. And for that reason, I am very happy to be hosting this session because actually we have examples of these sectors. We have examples about agriculture connected to religious values, connected to migration, and also agriculture connected to global trade. But I will not steal any more time from these case studies. Please, for our participants, Vinicius, Gretzel, and Lina, can you introduce yourselves briefly and also your case studies? Maybe Vinicius, you can start.
Yeah, my name is Vinicius Mendes. I work at the Radboud University in the Netherlands. And in this case study about trade and biodiversity, we wanted to understand what are the main drivers of biodiversity loss that are connected to the global trade system, in particular the trade system of agro-commodities. So for doing so, we investigated actually the two largest in terms of volume agro-commodities produced by Brazil, which is soybeans and beef, and how the production of these commodities in Brazil, specifically exported to the Netherlands, impacts biodiversity, but also with a very special attention to human rights. So we really wanted to tackle biodiversity loss associated to human rights threats.
My name is Razal Saber. I work at the Forschungsinstitut für biologische Landbau, and this is a research institute of organic agriculture. And the case I worked on in the last 3 years was how the religious and spiritual beliefs of Swiss farmers influence their farming behavior, and how that farming behavior influences biodiversity. And I think we will talk about that in more detail later.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Lina Hennig. I'm also working at the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture, FEBEL, in Switzerland. I'm working on the case study on agriculture and migration, where we wanted to explore the role of labor migration for biodiversity-relevant decision-making on farms. We focused on fruit and vegetable production, and how labor aspects played a role in biodiversity. Thank you.
I just want to remind our audience in person and online that if you have any questions, please connect to the Mentimeter, and then Esther at the end of the session will select some of those questions. But after this very brief introduction, let's actually try to summarize in some sentences. What do you think are the main takeaways of your transformative change stories? Do you have examples of transformations? Maybe now we can start with Lina.
Thank you. So I think in our case study, we looked at so many different farms and so many different complex farming systems that were all changing and in the process of changing. And we tried to figure out what was the vision, what was the when we try to form pathways for change we look like, and we found that farmers had very divergent, very different answers to this question. While some farmers had already established a very well-working farming system with where biodiversity played a central role, engaging in direct selling and providing very long-lasting, safe working conditions for their workers. Other farms rather aimed at reducing their dependency on manual labor, replacing manual labor with mechanization, and also trying to reduce the application of plant protection products by mechanizing, by investing in new technologies. So this, yeah, the idea of what future farming systems should look like with regards to working conditions, labor organization, and biodiversity was really different among the farmers.
Thank you. Maybe Quetzal.
Sure. In the process of my study, I interviewed about 22 farmers, Swiss farmers, and one of the key findings is actually that religion is a very private matter. People don't like talking about religion in open spaces. So one of the transformations that I noticed was actually just getting people to talk about their beliefs and then getting them to acknowledge that there's actually a connection between what they do on their farm. Because a lot of times it's crowded out and it's drowned within the whole narrative of incentives for certain agricultural practices and about economics of agriculture, doing things a certain way. So bringing in the idea of values and moral judgment, which is influenced by religious and spiritual beliefs, was actually one of the key transformative changes. And also doing a photo exhibition as part of the intervention for this case was crucial because we brought those expressions that I collected from the farmers during the interviews in a picture format into public space. So people were invited to come to some of these exhibitions and conversations pretty much rolled on from there. The media picked it up. So something that was quite private became quite public.
It's, I think, similar to the fashion case, the trade case. It's a bit complex to see transformations in such a short period as was this period of the case study. But I would think, or I would highlight based on the story of change that we developed, that we would love to have a trade system that is more transparent in a way that we know exactly where the food that we buy, for example, was produced and what kinds of impacts on people and nature were were associated with this. But specifically in the case of soy and cattle, one thing that is happening now in Brazil is these commodities are being produced more and more in the Amazon region, which we all know is a very important region for global biodiversity. So I think this makes the situation even more crucial, I would say, in terms of having this process more transparent, in a more transparent way. So traceability in global supply chains of these commodities, more traceability would really be transformative in the case of trade. And the regulation that we were investigating, the recent European regulation on deforestation-free commodities already advances this in some ways. And one thing that we, just to finalize, one thing that we, I think it's one really important finding of this case study is that we, although we recognize the regulation is important and it's crucial actually for to guarantee a trade system that is more respectful and for biodiversity, we propose additional instruments, additional measures that should be added to the regulation in order to make it work, not only for biodiversity, but also for people, indigenous peoples and local communities in Brazil, but certainly applicable to other producing countries. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, this international dimension of your case, I think it's also relevant for the other two cases, and let's see, we have some time to reflect upon that at the end of this talk show. But before that, I would like to pick up on two topics that have been raised. the topic of the values of the participants, let's say, of these case studies, and also the topic of complexity. Because when you look at your cases, although they are quite well defined, there is diversity of stakeholders, and I would say that many of them are actually holding different values, and this could potentially lead to some conflicts, and also you could find some commonalities. I would like to hear from you, if you don't mind, to do a reflection about this diversity of values and how to deal with that. And maybe we can start with Vinicius.
I think one key point is to, in this case study, because we did part of it in the Netherlands, so we interviewed academics in the Netherlands and NGO and 3 different NGOs in the Netherlands. So posing questions about their perception on biodiversity and the soy and beef production in the Netherlands as well, and the different impacts. But we also went to Brazil, to the Amazon, and in that field work, I interviewed not only NGOs, but I visited communities, talked formally and informally with several farmers, like agriculture farmers and indigenous peoples, and like their values are quite different because, as regards biodiversity, because I could see they live in a forest region, so they are, I think, and this is in the literature as well, like forest peoples, indigenous peoples, they feel super connected to the forest, in a way that a threat of for example, pollution, pesticide pollution in water streams close to the Amazon River, or threats to deforestation, are also threats for their own livelihoods, like their own houses, right? Whereas here, I could see that the values are also connected to biodiversity prioritization and conservation, but with a more like a separation, you know, like this human environmental separation. So it's a bit of different values, I would say.
So for my case, the farmers that I interviewed, they had different types of practices. They were not all organic farmers, and I know a lot of people think just because we come from an organic research institute that all the farmers we could get access to were organic. They were not. There were a lot of conventional farmers, organic farmers, and also biodynamic. And there were some, we also have another certification, which is called IP Swiss. And that's, it's not totally organic, but it's also very much focused on biodiversity promotion. So a diverse group of farmers, not large, but diverse, and also religious beliefs were different. So we had Catholic farmers in the group. We have Protestant farmers in the group. We had a few farmers who did not affiliate with any religious beliefs or spirituality. And then we had a few farmers who really affiliated themselves with some type of eco-spirituality. So there was, what was interesting in terms of practices and how they framed why they practiced a certain way was some commonalities across these groups, and one was about preservation. So for a Catholic farmer, for example, or Protestant farmer, they'd say, you know, the earth is a gift given to us by God, so we need to protect it, we need to preserve it. And for somebody who had no religious or spiritual beliefs, he would say, for example, that this has to be sustainable for the future generations, so I need to practice in a way that preserves its ability to reproduce food for people. So there were commonalities, preservation was one of them, care was another one, and it was care not just for the land and the trees and the plants, but also care for biodiversity, and they included human beings in that. And they said, well, there's also, humans are also part of the biodiversity that we're talking about. So there were some commonalities, maybe the way it was framed was different, but again, when it came to practices, it kind of distilled to similar practices.
Yeah, as I also talked to farmers, I also found many of these aspects in the interviews I had with farmers, that some very much highlighted their responsibility towards future generations, also their responsibility as users of land to preserve the land. But then also nature was as often framed as something that provides. I mean, all these different conceptions of nature that we saw in the framework that was showed earlier this morning. I think traces from them could be also found in all of the interviews with the farmers. Something that I maybe want to add is that also their ideas of biodiversity were, a bit quite similar, for like their reactions when I introduced the topic of biodiversity were often very much defensive, or very much farmers would then talk about all the measures they did, and very much connected to the policies and the environmental schemes they were part of. So their conception of biodiversity was really much a political one. So I think that was interesting, that nature, when we talked about nature, they had this emotional responsibility, feeling of responsibility, of care, but biodiversity was very much political.
No, very interesting. As we can see in our cases, there is a multiplicity of ways of navigating this diversity of values, and at the same time, different conceptions of biodiversity. And now I am looking to Esther, who can maybe provide us with a question from the audience.
Yes, there are quite some exciting questions, so it wasn't so easy to pick one, but let's go a little bit with the digitalization topic. So there is a question that digitalization in agriculture risks to become a hegemonic narrative for sustainability, making marginal the ones related to current growing alternatives, e.g. agroecology. So what's your opinion on that? I think that this is relevant for all the cases, not just for the agriculture, but also the trade one.
Yeah, I would start by saying that this is indeed a valid concern, that digitalization is perceived as the go-to solution. And I think here, from a political and societal perspective, we have to accompany this process of innovation and the development of new technologies in a way that we assure that also small-scale farmers get access to it, or that digitalization is also compatible to diversified farming systems. And then also, again, that digitalization doesn't become a tool to reinforce social inequalities in farming systems, or to exert even more control over the work of the people by, for instance, dictating the pace of work. And I think, so it's a very, it's a development that really has to be heavily accompanied by policy and politics and the society.
Yes,
I think that's a whole big can of worms. In connection to people's beliefs, I think digitalization is just a tool. So again, it could, I mean, certainly it has, when it comes to my case, for example, when I talk about Swiss farmers are quite informed farmers. They have access to, education, they have access to training, it's easier for them. So in comparison to maybe other places in the world where farmers may not have so much access, this would be a very interesting study to see how that would play a role. So for the case that I focused on, it was just Swiss farmers, and they are very much informed farmers and also politically powerful.
Yeah, I've done some research on this topic, which is quite interesting actually, and based also on the case study, on the interviews, the conversations, and what I've seen, I don't think that digitalization necessarily will come as a negative force for practices such as agroecology, because as Hazel said, it's like we can use digitalization in different ways, right? So we can use it also as a tool for empowerment. and as a tool for example, in the case of the supply chains of soy and beef, we can use this to make these supply chains more transparent and in a way that that is positive for the regions in which like these commodities are produced. Another thing that I've seen is that like in the Amazon, like social like Twitter, like Facebook, social networks, Instagram are used by forest peoples, indigenous peoples to quite a lot actually, in a way that allows them to show like to what is happening in terms of deforestation, pollution, and all that. So in a way that empowers them to be to raise their voices, really. So this could really be used as a positive force for people.
Do we have an extra minute? Because I like the last question from the previous talk show about the utopian vision. I think it's something very nice to finish with. Maybe you could think in 1-2 sentences the ideal world utopian vision of your case studies in the future. How would you define that? And I'm going to give the word to Vinicius.
I would love to see a trade system that is less dependent on big infrastructures, like on ships, like transatlantic ships, on ports, huge ports, as the ones that we see in Brazil, and more local, as a more local activity, more sustainable, a bit reduced system.
I actually asked that question from the farmers. I said, if you had a piece of land that was just wild, if you could live your religion as a farmer on that piece of land, how do you envision that? And the answers were always very restricted because they couldn't think outside the box. They always thought in terms of and it's not just the regulations, it's not just agricultural regulations, but also the topography of the land that they were working with. Well, they had limitations. You know, one of the farmers, for example, said, if I have clay soil, I can't really grow crops here. So it's very much, if you didn't have the limitations, I think things that they would do on their farm would be very different. But a lot of them in the Swiss context, they were very much pro diversity within what they were producing. So they always, and there was a big push that you need to acknowledge the value of animal products, because I think they felt threatened that maybe the society is trying to push everybody to become vegan, which is actually not the case when it comes to sustainability, especially when you have grassland that can't be cultivated with crops.
I think in my utopia, we would not only have addressed, or we would not only have reversed the trend of biodiversity loss and created very diverse and sustainable farming systems, but we would also, in terms of labor migration, would have addressed this underlying issue that farms rely on, this on getting people from other countries to work in European countries or in Western European countries, just and benefit from this difference in wages, and that this exploitative working relations that they overcome. I think that would be a big part of my utopia as well.
Thank you so much to our participants. I think we can give them a round of applause. Yes. And for people here and for the people online, please stay tuned in 5 minutes for the third talk show.
És ez a minden magától? Nem, azt én elindítom neked, és én ide fogom.
So, welcome everyone. Is there a bell? Hello everyone, welcome to the last round of our transformational change stories. My name is Edith Hunyadi and I work at the Martin Luther University in Halle, Germany. I'm a PhD researcher and I've been also involved in PLANET4B, and I'm very happy to welcome the last round of cases today, Carmen, Jenny, Gita, and Sandra. And yeah, as a first round of questions, not really question, but still, I would like to ask you to introduce short yourself and also your cases in one sentence.
Hi everyone, I'm Carmen Zed. I'm a research fellow at ESSRG, the Environmental Social Science Research Group based in Budapest, Hungary. And our case study was focusing on biodiversity education in public schools in Hungary. And the reason for this is because children of the present will face the most serious consequences of the climate crisis, while they have no say in what is happening around them, and they are also losing connection to nature. And through our case study, we wanted to bridge this gap through environmental education.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenny. I work at the Norwegian Institute for Nature Research as a researcher, and I am here representing the Oslo Recreational Case Study, where we looked at what is needed for children and young people with disabilities to have the opportunities of experiencing different natural environments in meaningful and positive ways.
Good afternoon. My name's Gita Ludra and I am the UK Intensive Case Study, and we've been working very closely with Coventry University. Our case study was exploring how we can open up nature spaces in the UK, particularly countryside spaces for Black, Asian and minority ethnic communities, with a particular focus on grassroots action-led groups led by minoritized, racialized nature leaders, and looking at how we can develop a deeper and more curious understanding of biodiversity.
Hello, my name is Sandra. I'm with the Interdisciplinary Research Center in Graz, and together with the other colleagues here from the IFSAT, and together with Forum Urbanes Gärtnern, we implemented the Graz-based case study, which was about tackling the issue of unequal access to green spaces and to what we call good food in the urban context, and as well we were trying to tackle the shortcoming of highly segregated policy governance structures. And I would like to use the opportunity to highlight something. We have been working on the ground very much with experiential learning methods, and we brought some apples out there of different varieties. And if you have any kind of question in regard to apples, please address our colleague Andreas, who is a real expert in that.
Thank you very much. I tried two kind of apples and I love them both, so I would encourage you all to try some. Yeah, after the brief introduction, I'm pretty sure you're already kind of excited to get more deep into the cases, and I would encourage you all to, if you have questions, please use the Mentimeter, either the QR code or the code, and just type in your questions, and Esther will pick a few if we have enough time. But first of all, I would like to ask you maybe we're talking about transformation, of course, a lot. So if you could just summarize how you observe this transformational change in your cases each. And if you don't mind starting again, Carmen, then please go. Thanks.
So we used several creative and interactive learning methods in the schools, such as participatory theater and an interactive biodiversity class that was developed by Esther, to see how engaging both the mind and emotions can lead to a better connection to nature, like a stronger connection. And we saw changes at multiple levels. On a personal level, these methods help the children to connect to nature, like emotionally, but they also gained knowledge on biodiversity, on nature, and on systems thinking. On a practical level, it encouraged pro-environmental behavior, these methods, but it also changed some school practices by the teachers. And on a political level, they inspired collective action and showed how collective action can lead to a change, while they also showed the children how their personal choices and interactions can lead to a wider change and in society in general.
So in the Oslo recreational case study, we did a lot of different things. We set up an expert network composed of peer mentors who themselves were young people with disabilities, working to help young people with disabilities sort of overcome the new challenges that they faced in their lives and see how to work around them and see the opportunities that were there. And we had different focus group interviews with organizations working within the outdoor nature recreation space to get an idea on their views on working with people with disabilities, and in particular children and young people. We had participatory observations where we immersed ourselves and went with different activities that were organized for children and young people with disabilities in nature. And what we learned through the different activities that we had was that there seemed to be a gap, particularly between the health organizations that had expertise on disabilities and the outdoor nature recreation organizations that are mostly voluntary organizations led by people like you and me, who don't necessarily have training in the health aspects. And we work together, we are very lucky, with the Oslo Greater Recreational Council, which is an umbrella organization for different outdoor nature recreation organizations, and that have a huge network that stretches to the municipal sector, to the health sector, and so on. And so through them, we were able to get these two sides, these two sectors to come a little bit closer together. And I think to take a very concrete example, everyone in our team that started out, I think we all started with fear and uncertainty. And we were quite worried about what we were going to do, because this was new to us. We had experience working with outdoor nature recreation, experience working with children, but not with disability. And through the expert network meetings that we had, the peer mentors, they helped us get an understanding of the world they lived in, and they helped us overcome our fears and begin to see the possibilities. And in particular, this really helped one of our partners, Reidun, in the Oslo Recreational Council, to leave her fears and insecurities behind her and realize the potential that her organization has to lead this work in taking a step forward and making the different sectors come together. And so I think within our team, we have experienced change within ourselves. Also together, so we have the interpersonal, but also through OOF, the Oslo Greater Recreational Council on an institutional level. And I am happy to say we will have a breakfast seminar where we will have all these sectors come together in October, so that's really exciting.
Could you repeat the question, please, now, Edith?
Yeah, I was just if you could summarize the transformative change or how you perceive it in your case, like throughout your project.
Okay, what was really exciting and felt embedded for us at Dadimas is the way Coventry University worked with us on creative methods, is they were already building on some of the work we'd previously done as a grassroots community organisation. The creative methods which enabled us to see transformative change in a range of ways included videography, which was led by our learning community members, photography, nature-based games, which inspired members of our learning community to take action within their everyday lives. Transformative change was seen in a range of ways. It was seen in holistic ways in relation to faith, religion, everyday actions, for example, the biodiversity in the cupboard game, which Alex has put into the educational materials, but it was also seen in a scientific way. So what was really beautiful about the transformative change is the way in which the holistic people, culture-based elements were seen alongside individual and knowledge development in biodiversity. And the methods allowed us to see change in a way that really moved our participants from the start to the end. And it allowed their stories to breathe and their lived experiences to breathe in a way they didn't know their experiences even connected to biodiversity.
Okay, in our case, we had this kind of working with a group of women within a co-creative process over 8 months, where we, in the end, could very clearly see the change by means of that this co-creative process has raised confidence, skills, it built capacities, it built a sense of belonging, a sense of community, which was all the basis for this group of women to establish an association and carry on with what we piloted in the project. And as we are also in parallel, it was very important for us to frame biodiversity as a societal issue, to link it to lived experiences, to situated knowledges, to make meaning out of it, and also to develop ideas about capacity and ideas about how to act on biodiversity agency. And for that it was very important to embed the whole thing into the broader governance and policy context on the municipality level. And this is the second transformation which we could observe through a policy learning community, which was linked to this on the spot practice community. We could make visible this pilot as a success story, to say it like that, which encouraged the municipality to carry on what we have started and to gain confidence that those community-led initiatives, if they would have the opportunity and resources to build capacity, it works wonderful. And we also inspired for thinking about governance models which would allow for more inclusive structures and which also would give better, more voice in participatory activities to those who are affected and who do not have a voice so far yet. Yeah.
Thank you very much, all. Yeah, I think one of the commonalities throughout these 4 cases is dealing with the issue of just transformation. I think it's very important if you talk about social change, societal transformation, we have to say it has to be a just transformation, making sure the change is equitable for everyone, benefits marginalized groups. And this is my question actually, like how do we ensure, how did you observe the transformative process does not, like how can you make sure that it doesn't reinforce or recreate unequal social structures? If you could share your thoughts about this issue.
So in our case study, what we observed is that it is essential to align both the learning methods and the research methods with the children's lived experience. And that means that we have to consider their social and economic background, but also whether they have any kind of special needs. So there is like no universal solution. For example, during like reflective rounds, we used mood cards and like drawing to help more visually oriented children to also engage in the discussion. So it is crucial to combine these oral and more like visual methods in teaching, and also actually when we are conducting research. This way we can avoid to like recreate this privilege that children with more fortunate background have. And also these experiential and arts-based methods, they have the potential to dissolve social cliques and hierarchy. For example, they can take this collective action. We also experienced this during the participatory theater play, that at one point they just stood up and formed a group and they went out as a form of protest against the things that were happening in the participatory theater play.
In our case, we worked with children and young people with disabilities, and these are often invisible in even participatory planning processes, and they are often spoken on behalf of. And through our work, we came in contact with this amazing program of peer mentors. So young people with disabilities that worked with other young people with disabilities. And I think one of the things we saw is that including hiring these people, engaging these young peer mentors into these processes will ensure that you have people with experience that can talk from their experience. And that, I believe, will ensure that their perspectives, their knowledge and their needs will be taken up to a much greater and in a much better way in all the decisions that we take about, for example, planning green spaces and basically, there are many things that go beyond nature for these people to have the opportunity to come out into nature. And I think including them in all these different processes would ensure that a lot more of the young and children with disabilities get that opportunity. So peer mentors, include them.
Thank you for your question, Edith. I think, first of all, I'd like to start with a point. We always assume that transformative actions or interventions lead to a positive outcome, and they don't. There's actually some damaging research out there as well, where actually we can go backwards as well. What I really love about the way in which our research team worked with our learning community is some of us had those insider positionalities, which really genuinely created a safe space for the stories of racialized communities to breathe and come to life. And those methods were used in a way that the learning community embraced. Sometimes they rejected those methods, and that was uncomfortable for us, so we had to adapt. So for example, when it was over theoretical, or they didn't get a method or didn't see the point of a method, it was adapted. And we encouraged the learning community to speak up and be bold about that as well. In terms of transformative change, it was very much about people's stories. Racialized communities in the UK, their stories are not centered. They have not been centered historically, and they still aren't. In the UK, we may be taking lots of actions where we are trying to claim that we are centering Indigenous, racialized stories. We've still got a long way to go. And what the methods did in terms of the transformation, it took time. The 3 years, one participant, for example, started to share his story in the final workshop. That is when he felt confident to speak out. So every participant had a different level of confidence to kind of come to life as such. And our participants were from their late 20s to later 70s. So we had that strong intergenerational, racialized spectrum of experiences as well.
Okay, I could link totally in terms of methods with what Carmen was saying, and I also could link very much in terms of the voicing out with what Jenny was saying. Certainly, I totally agree to you. I would like to go one step back, namely to the setup of that kind of activities and how to start with those small transformative change activities. What we learned, what was really essential was it took a long time to explore the field, to explore the need of our expected target group. And we also saw this high value of the intermediaries, those who know already, who have a kind of institutionalized exchange with the more disadvantaged groups. And that's also key as we think in terms of time. One needs to institutionalize all those processes up to a certain degree, although each of the processes needs to be tailored very much to the specific people, to the specific group. And as it takes time, it also needs the necessary resources and the commitment from the policy side, because this is simply not possible if there is not a strong commitment. And now I'm going back to highlighting the societal value of biodiversity related issues, which are not that obvious, by showcasing that it could be so much more than just having not just making a green spot in the city more ecologically viable, but also seeing the value of community building, of capacity building, of creating safe spaces. And when it's then about having a long-term impact on it, we also in our pilot we had this policy learning community where we developed this vision of a biodiverse edible city Graz, and something which was really an essential part in that was also to really establish formal structures to interrupt in the current governance and institutional structures sustainably to change somehow the power imbalances. So one would need to set up really a board with balanced representativeness, which can then participate in decision making on a longer time, and which then would have also a legitimate stake in influencing decision making. That's another very important thing, I think.
Thank you so much. It's been fascinating to hear this very careful design of cases. Looking at Esther now, do we maybe have one quick time for a quick question from the audience?
Yeah, I think if you still would like to have some lunch, then probably it's one quick round of questions. And I would suggest a question which has been asked from both of the previous rounds. So, what is your vision of a utopian future in the context of the local issue of your case? So, be bold and tell us how you imagine a utopian future.
Should I start? Okay, so in our education case, because we are focusing on biodiversity education, I think it's like a better connection to nature. And how we vision it is like when children learn about nature, they are actually in nature and experience it as well. Also like they experience that it's not something external to them, but they are part of it. And it's also like in them, and they exist together. And to actually like have this vision in the future, to reach this, we need to integrate this experiential and arts-based and nature-based methods into the curriculum as soon as possible. Because we can just sit back and wait for these children to like grow up, but we have to do action as soon as possible. Yeah.
I would say secure funding and support for health organizations, outdoor nature recreation and voluntary organizations, and to work together. And I would again highlight having peer mentors in there as well, having them be able to speak from their experience and not being spoken of. And I would like to see that, and you'll have to excuse me, maybe somebody can help me remember, but there are the UN rights for people with disabilities. I would like that one in action everywhere.
Thank you. The vision is that racialised communities and those Indigenous communities in the UK, our nature stories have never been separated. The human and nature have never been. If you go to Hindu philosophy, Sikh philosophy, we never talk about them as separate entities, but the Western philosophy very much presents it as such. I say we go back to our grandparents and great-grandparents, and the stories of our learning community very much centered those, and we're craving going back to that. So I want our knowledge, our stories to breathe at the center again. And also that in positions of power and decision making, we're not begging for places at the table. We deserve those places as well. So what I'm saying is decision makers, policy makers, you need our voices because you need a more holistic view of what nature means. Our stories are not second-class stories. They're stories that deserve to be heard. And I don't think we need to be begging for a place at the table anymore.
It's difficult to come after you, Gita. It sounds so profound what I'm going to say now. So we developed the vision together with lots of people within our learning community, and the vision is written down by means of measures to make it a bit more simple in our biodiverse edible city Graz policy dossier. And just to say it in general, there are 11 fields of action which were identified, but essentially it's about recognizing and bringing together all those different areas within the urban context and bring them towards more sustainable and towards more socially just activities and strategies. And yeah, that's it, I think.
Thank you
really
so much.
After you.
Thank you everyone again. It's been very touching actually to listen to your thoughts. And now lunchtime, I think.
Yes, so we started the day with the theory. We then just now had the pleasure of hearing how that theory was put into practice. We're going to continue on the theme of practice after lunch and hear about some of the innovative tools and resources that were developed in the project for unlocking processes of engagement and learning and transformation. So travel to the first floor in the lift or via the stairs and join us back here at 1:15 promptly. Yes, if anyone selected the vegan lunch option, please can you go and see my colleague Anna, she'll give you your flyer. Those of you online, we look forward to seeing you back here at 1:15. Inspiring.
unmuted now, but the sound is off, so.
Testing, testing. Can you hear anything on your laptop? Can you maximize the volume if that's okay from the Zoom itself? Testing, testing. 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 Testing.
So I think they were. Even if mic was on, speaker was on, was speaking, was coming from there and from my laptop.
Great, testing. Okay.
Years of hybrid suffering. Okay. So you think I could mute
People are coming back from lunch break, and we hope we will start very soon.
If everybody could start settling into their seats, we will get the next session underway. I wanted to let you know as well that all of the materials in the other rooms and the photo exhibition, those will remain up the rest of the day. So if during the coffee break you would like to take some time to go and look through them more closely, you're very welcome to do so. We're going to get started now with a session on tools for turning on transformation. This is really exciting. I've had a sneak peek myself of some of the tools. So we're really excited to be able to share them with you. I'll hand over to Alex now.
And I'll take the one that's working rather than try and figure the other one out. Thank you. Lovely. Okay, so what we'd like to do this afternoon is share some of our resources and educational outputs that we've been creating from the Planet4B project. And I know some of you have had a chance to have a bit of a sneak preview over the last couple of days of this, but we'll take the opportunity today to go into a bit more content on actually what's in the lesson plans with it and take any other questions. But we're also saying, as with a couple of days ago, any suggestions or recommendations would be really brilliant to receive from you, because we've still got not too much time, but a little bit of time. We've still got another 6 weeks or so to be able to keep developing and nuancing with these. And we're really particularly especially interested in knowing about other projects and things for the communication sharing side of it. So to go on to what we're calling our Careful Courses and Resources platform. So this is the Planet4B Careful Courses and Resources platform. And what I'm going to do today is give you a very quick introduction to the layout of it, and then pass over for a bit more looking at what we've got in the courses section, and then also talk at the end about the resources that we're bringing together. So when you land on the platform, you've got 3 options with it. At the center is our Careful Courses. So those are our Planet4B Careful Courses. And then you can also navigate on so that you've got the Careful Resources, which is going to be our collection of methodological research-based interventions, and also things like our policy briefs, and also other resources from other projects which are aligned with a focus on care, nature-society relations, biodiversity, environmental engagement. And then the idea with this platform is that hopefully it becomes a sort of key central educational resource where we can also connect together other projects. So this is just an example of a previous project that we were involved with before, which looked at the idea of careful scholarship with doctoral students and really looking at resourcefulness and resilience in nature-society relations. And so we're hoping that then we can also add and link to other educational courses.
And I'm aware that there's a few really nice ones going on in the transformative change. Are you okay, Noor? Okay. In the transformative change cluster as well that we're going to connect through to with this project. So on with that, once we've gone for the landing page, I'm going to pass on to Claire as a colleague to represent what's being led through Coventry University with quite a big team and also with many other members of the project.
Lovely, thanks Alex. And yeah, just to shout out everyone in Coventry. So we have Lindy, who I think is online, and Barbara, who really helped, and Jackie, who we're going to see a little bit of Jackie's work in the business resources later in the presentation. And also Judith, so just to say, and obviously Alex and Geraldine and Emily in the room. Okay, so yeah, yesterday, for those who were here, we went through how the course looked, and today I wanted to take you a little bit more through the content and how we've just tried to represent and hopefully do justice to all the amazing work that was done in PLANET4B and a legacy platform. So why do we do open access training, apart from the wonderful acronym of a MOOC? So this is, I think, the second and the fourth point are really integral about the legacy of the project and kind of the learnings from the project, providing a space that can be really represented. And it kind of I think the tool is the critical word here in terms of it building critical skills and capacities, and with kind of a diverse range of training, it can really provide a useful resource. So this is, as Alex mentioned, this is kind of the middle platform that you would choose from, and once you click on your choose course button here, you'll get directed to this lovely page. And these are the 5 different target groups, so you would select your relevant course. And so the courses that I've been working on with the Coventry team are the for policymakers, civil society, researchers and businesses. And so we've tailored the content to that. So I'm going to talk for a little bit of that when we move on to the methods. And these engagement methods, so that's what we're kind of the engagement methods is the term we're using to capture the methods, the kind of creative, the nudging, the various different engagement methods that have been trialed in the project. And as well, that this is really building on the work of grounded in the learning communities and case studies. So how we developed the course, it started with this scoping research. So this was a market research, for want of a better word, phase. So went out and talked to people in policy context, in NGOs, talked to businesses with the help of UNEP-WCMC. I'm not learning the acronyms. And then what we really learned from those was the need for kind of the range and variety of the length of courses. So some were saying a doorstep method that you can conduct in 5 minutes if you're in the council, you're at an event, or you're kind of talking to people, and then how those can lead on to some maybe more intense and deeper methods. So kind of with that information, we went on to review the pro formas. And from that, we selected these snapshot and these spotlight methods. So the spotlight methods, it's going to be 15 of those, and they're slightly, how we've included them in the course is slightly more intensively. So there's going to be the videos, they're about these are the things that are about 10 to 15 minutes to complete each, and they're going to give you a really in-depth overview of the method. And then we have the snapshot methods, it might be self-explanatory, but this is a kind of a quicker introduction to the method, 3 or 4 pages, just to kind of introduce you and start the ideas rolling. So then I had the privilege of talking to lots of people in the project, and had these lovely interviews and learning about all the different methods, writing that up, which has gone through the 3-stage review process, and then actually making it look pretty and good and engaging, which I can't take any credit for, but that is what the online course is. So, and that's with Paul, the web developer, who it's really been integral. So this is what you click through to the introductory page. And again here, kind of introducing not just PLANET4B, but introducing the values of PLANET4B in the introduction. So, user guide is self-explanatory, but the introduction to biodiversity, we're going to look at the video again yesterday, and Christina, your suggestion yesterday was really fabulous, but trying to get that the social, the different dimensions of biodiversity. The engagement methods, kind of what we tried to introduce in that course, in this module, is the need of care in these methods, that they're not something to be taken on lightly. There's a lot of potential, but you've got to go in with the right attitude and the right understanding. the working with a learning community, similar to the engagement methods, that this isn't just going to happen overnight. It's something that takes work and dedication, and there's challenges. So kind of trying to present the potentialities with the understanding of what it requires, and then developing and delivering impact. So yeah, building on what you've all done in terms of your transformation stories that we've been hearing, and trying to, yeah, kind of align that with the work Emily and Agnes have been doing. So this is just a kind of, we saw it yesterday, but what you click through to, and this is the kind of like introduction to biodiversity that will then be accompanied by some videos. So let's hopefully, is there sound? Remix. Sorry, I think I might have unmuted it. I might be the problem.
It looks like it was the source of sound, so now that it's muted, we don't have it anymore.
You can look at the lovely leaves. And if you can identify them, then you win a prize. This. All right. Maybe we just, well, yeah, sadly, we can just look at the beautiful videos, and Barbara is behind describing about biodiversity and genetic biodiversity. And yeah, so this video is going to be a 4-minute video. This is just the first 30 seconds. But say we've taken all these pictures as well, we've like cut them out, and then we're like integrating them throughout the course. So it's like this nice continuity. One of the first things you see on the platform is going to then be woven throughout the course. There is one more video coming up in a little bit. So maybe we will, yeah, we can watch this one another time, but that one would be useful. Okay. So moving on to the 15 spotlight methods. So yeah, these are kind of like the slightly longer methods to go through. And so what we've included in the methods is these practical guides. Oh, this is the, yeah, on the left-hand side is the bento box of the different methods. And so you get to like select which one. And yeah, these reflective prompts, the adaptable questions. So a lot of the proformas and a lot of the work that was developed came with questions that were kind of suited to the case study. So what we've tried to do is build on that and think what other questions could you ask in different contexts? Lots of relevant resources. This was one of the things that really came through from the market research. People wanted like downloadable, like lots of, yeah, access to different things. So trying to do a lot of the research for people. And then the engaging videos, which we will hopefully have an example of. So this is what we wanted to distill in the spotlight methods. So the target group, kind of like making them correct to the target groups, really showcasing the transformative change and demonstrating impact. And then the need to contextualize the methods, this confidence with the criticality. So like you can do an engagement method, you can apply. I'm going to ignore that. Yeah, so the need to be confident while also understanding the requirement and what is required of you to conduct a method. The clear link between biodiversity and how these can be shaped in a biodiversity context. As we heard earlier, there's kind of like precedent for a lot of these kind of methods being applied, but it's the biodiversity angle that PLANET4B has added in. So that is quite integral. And then these kind of like, how can you, where is creativity? How can you be creative and still aligned with the core principles of the methods? And I'm going to try and talk through these points on the right through a few examples now of the methods included in the MOOC. So that will be, 3 methods. So the first is biodiversity in the cupboard. So this was designed with Dadamas and Coventry University. And kind of, I think Geeta, you actually summed it up really nicely earlier. In kind of like, didn't know how people's people didn't know how their choices were connected to biodiversity. So this is, I think, an example of a method that does that. So imagine you're opening your cupboard and you have been shopping and you select a few food items, you photograph the ingredient list. Then during the workshop, you kind of send it to the facilitator. During the workshop, you can discuss things that are related to biodiversity, like food miles, monocultures, industrial farming, or if the food item might even have some positive impacts on biodiversity, and kind of map that out. But also this kind of discussion can evolve and change into stories around food culture. There may be as well the social dimensions of production. So the kind of the basis for a really rich discussion around food. So one of the things we've done in the course is around the suitability and applicability. So in the case study with Dodimas in Coventry, I think it was used for people's personal food choices, but we're recommending maybe for an NGO or a policy context, could it be biodiversity for public procurement, so biodiversity in the school canteen, or so if you could use this method in that context, and then you create data for those, for applying in that way. And just an example as well of how we've adapted the methods for researchers. So the researchers kind of get an extra lesson looking at the specifics of your positionality, the ethics, and these kind of analytical possibilities of the method, which is slightly more in depth, and we haven't included that for policymakers. So moving on to participatory theatre. So this was part of the Hungarian case study, and kind of this shaping the story of change and it creating space for dilemmas, trade-off and decision-making. Hopefully we're going to pass over to Esther to explain participatory theatre. No. The audio is that guy? So how each of the videos starts for the methods, you have the bento box that Paul designed, and the video will zoom into the specific method that it's relevant for. And we had lots of nice videos, and what we've tried to do with the videos, so the kind of text is quite the details of how you apply the method, and then what we've tried to capture in the videos is kind of the enthusiasm and the passion and the excitement that everyone brought to the method. So really nice dimension of selling.
Apologies for the mishaps with the sound. They will circulate the videos as soon as possible. And I think I have one last thing. We join directly from this platform and to turn off your mic.
Thank you. Okay. So the other thing we also try to include in the methods is kind of being very realistic and talking about this kind of care. And with participatory theatre, it's something that really requires a lot of vulnerability, and you're asking quite a lot of your participants. So kind of writing about that in the training, saying maybe you're going to need a lot of skills to be able to facilitate that. That's something that's really hard. So saying maybe you might be ready to do that, but what practice do you need? What help do you need to go and find? Do you need to collaborate with people in order to be able to handle that? And I guess when you're creating an online training platform, you don't know how people are going to use it and how people are going to take it forward. So our duty of care in creating it is really making sure people have all the information and are guided correctly. So that's just one of the points we created with that. And then finally, moving on to the agrobiodiversity Hungarian case study and the, well, I feel like we had an example of the agrobiodiversity with the lovely apple tasting. So that's kind of what it is, but I guess, more, different varieties and, very adaptable method. And so the preparation and the dedication needed to put into this. But for some reason that's changed. But what we wanted to showcase in this as well is that there's lots of opportunities to have other methods involved during, so the vegetable exhibition provides a space maybe to play biodiversity Jenga, which we're going to learn about later. And also, maybe a little biodiversity in the cupboard is potentially a method you could have within this, within the exhibition. So we've tried to really link different methods and offer people a kind of suite of what they could do and give people ideas of how they could bring everything together. And finally, in terms of impact, so we have the dedicated specific impact module, but then in each of the courses we have specific information on impact. So something like the agrobiodiversity vegetable exhibition, it provides this real opportunity for networking and kind of building of community. So is there something that you could encourage the growers to make visits to their farms afterwards, and how could you record that as impact? What can you put in place and what can you suggest during the method as an impact? So we've tried to really tailor that. We've tried to create a few specific lessons tailored to each of the methods that we put at the end. So now just moving on to the business case study. So we've done something a little bit different for these. So we have three spotlight methods, but really the main body of the business course is these snapshot methods. And these have been developed by Jackie in Coventry. And they're really kind of around this kind of choice architecture, nudging behavioral methods, and context framing and designing. So moving on to the first one, with the caveat that we are going to change the picture. It was a ghost fit yesterday, so this is a slight improvement. But these are going to be 2 to 4 pages long. And Foot in the Door works just you go in with a really small request to somebody you're wanting to ask for change from, putting a few more plants in the office, switching to biodegradable cups. Really little, actually the actual outcome of this intervention isn't going to be huge, but what it does, it puts someone in the frame of mind that they are someone that said yes and they're a change maker. Then that gives you leverage and platform to go in and ask for slightly bigger changes. So this is the kind of idea of Foot in the Door. You're just opening that conversation. You're making them feel good about themselves, that they are someone that does something. And then what does that offer you? So this will move on to another method we're going to have as a snapshot, which is called Combi or Comb. And so it's a little bit more about an intensive change you want to make. So you identify the barrier. So is this in capability? Is this an opportunity? Or is this a motivation? It could be a selection of all three. And you do your platform, you do your analysis to work out where your barriers are, and that gives you leverage to go and then ask for that change. So I believe this is the end of my section. So now I'll pass it over to Andrea to talk about the educational resources.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea. I work for the Environment and Human Rights Academy, and in PLANET4B, we developed adjusted materials for educators with my colleagues Jules and Anka, and also thanks to the contribution and the inspiration from all the PLANET4B partners. So I'm really grateful for that. So when you go on the Careful Courses platform, the last option will take you to the educator section. There are 4 modules for educators. The first one is biodiversity and the natural world in crisis. The second one is food sovereignty for a just and biodiverse future. The third one is slowing down fashion for a just and biodiverse future. And the last one is the benefits of connecting with nature. And the themes of these modules have been really inspired by the work of the PLANET4B case studies. Now, each of the 4 modules includes an online course for educators, teaching notes in 2 versions. So one version for secondary education, one for higher education, for 2 lessons of 1 hour each. But they can also be extended if more time is given to discussion and activities. We also have matching slides, so again in 2 versions for secondary and higher education, and activities which are adapted from the PLANET4B methods that have been developed and trialed in the PLANET4B case studies that Claire presented before. And these activities can be done before, during, or after the 2-hour class. So every module starts with an online course for educators. Here, I'll give you an idea of what it looks like for the module on slowing down fashion for a just and biodiverse future. So there's a combination of more theoretical sections with activities and reflection. So here on the left-hand side, we talk about the direct drivers of biodiversity loss through the fashion system, and this is based on the recent study conducted by the University of Pisa in PLANET4B. So we present the 3 key drivers: land use change, pollution, and climate change. And then on the right-hand side, we have an activity which consists of watching a short documentary, which is interviews of people who work in a recycling facility in India, followed by reflection or discussion questions, depending on whether this is done by the educator or the students in the classroom. So this activity was students' favorite. And I put here the feedback of one 15-year-old student who had this class. So he says, "I had never heard the viewpoint of the people that recycle our old clothes, which I thought was very interesting and made me realize how much clothes are trashed every single day with this fast fashion industry." After teachers do the online course, they get access to teaching notes and slides. So there are 2 versions for the teaching notes. These are written in a more conversational style, and they're broken down per slide, so they match very closely the slides that you have an image from here. And the idea is that educators can use these teaching notes either as a foundation to which they can add more information from the online course. They can use it as a script if they prefer, or they can decide to go deeper into elements that were discussed in more depth in the online course. Each lesson is linked to the activities from PLANET4B. So we have selected here 8 methods, which was difficult because all of them were really interesting and engaging, but we tried to privilege those that matched the content of the modules, that were relatively easy to implement, and did not require too much preparation from the teacher. Now, how did we design this course? So we started with consultations with PLANET4B partners to extract key themes and insights, what they learned from their case studies, what methods worked well, what in their case studies they thought would be relevant for young people. And we tried to combine all these really interesting insights into the 4 themes. We had conversations with target groups, so it was mainly secondary school teachers who told us what kind of resources they would need, how much time that they would have for these kind of lessons. We did our own background research, and the draft went through a 2-3 stage review by PLANET4B partners. We also piloted these materials, and we got both direct and indirect feedback from teachers and students. And finally, we learned from teachers that the visual aspect is really important for young people. So we worked with a graphic designer to illustrate key concepts and ideas in an accessible and engaging way. So Here there's an example of the leverage points framework that was discussed this morning, which we try to illustrate in a visual way. Now, why this format? So we learned from teachers that modularity and flexibility are really important because they're already so busy with trying to deliver the curriculum, so there's really limited time for anything extra. So in this context, the 4 modules they complement each other. So ideally, teachers would do the 4 modules, but this might not be possible. So we recommend that they start with the foundational one, which is biodiversity and the natural world in crisis, and then they can select another module that fits best within their topic, or they can decide to share the workload with other colleagues to deliver all the 4 modules. So the online course is meant to support educators' professional development and boost their confidence. So teachers told us that they want to have an extra training or preparation before they deliver lessons to the class. The teaching notes and slides are meant to save lesson preparation time that teachers do not really have the time for in addition to their normal workload. And then we're also going to translate the materials, so the teaching notes and the slides in French, Hungarian, Portuguese, and Romanian, thanks to the PLANET4B partners. And this will really help enhance accessibility beyond those schools, international or private schools where English is commonly used. And then the PLANET4B activities, so including the briefing and all the discussion prompts, are really meant to foster student engagement and learning. Now, in terms of the content, we really try to match the transdisciplinarity approach of the project. So we're combining social sciences, lived experiences, traditional knowledge to complement the focus on natural sciences that is mostly found in biodiversity resources for young people. We chose to look at global food production and fashion in the 2 modules as drivers of biodiversity loss, because they really help connect students' everyday lives with global impacts that are most often hidden. We try to weave intersectionality and systems change throughout the materials. These are key PLANET4B messages. And we also expanded on the role of education for systems change. So our perspective is that environmental education should really try to connect young people to nature, and also present to young students the idea that the environmental crises that we're going through are the result of the socioeconomic system that is not working for nature or for people. And we also believe that the role of education is to inspire students and young people in general to imagine more sustainable futures and feel like they can work towards that. So inspired by PLANET4B with the 3 levels of change, we give ideas for action at 3 levels at the end of all the materials. So we encourage educators and young people to take action for personal change, for cultural change, and for institutional change, to give the feeling that action is within reach, but also to not lose sight of the structural change that needs to happen. Thank you very much. And just to say that we really hope that students and educators enjoy using these as much as we enjoyed developing them. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, we haven't got too much time now, but if there's any questions, particularly from people who didn't have a chance yesterday to ask now, or also Claire, Andrea, and myself, and others will also be available later, so that will be a good time to chat. But Sophie, I can see a question burning over there. You. Yeah.
Thank you. So we know that PLANET4B is part of a bigger cluster of transformation projects, and we're wondering, transformative projects, I'm wondering how the tools and resources you've been created, have they either been tested or piloted, and or can they be adapted in the other projects, so that to give them a more depth maybe, or more visibility, if there's any plans for that. And also just an idea that came to my mind, there's all of these, there's the climate fest, the biodiversity fresque, etc. And I was wondering, is there a transition fresque somewhere in somebody's mind to be developed? Because it's also quite a tool that's often used to disseminate results.
Yeah, so I think that's something that's definitely will be good to talk about later. But I guess two bits to say at the moment. So one of the really nice things of being part of the transformation cluster is being put in contact with other projects. So we've had some conversations, initial ones with Clever, and also with MBS Edu World, to look at sharing the courses across. So what we're really thinking about with this platform is sort of balancing that it doesn't become so heavy that it's also hosting a lot of other courses. But the idea is precisely that we have then, like the example I was giving with Careful Scholarship, that we can hopefully have additional tiles on there where you can then go linked straight into other courses in other platforms as well, so that this really can become a gateway for it. And so that's the next stage. I know that MBS Edu World have been really kind at saying that they would happily share the links and everything to our platform. And obviously that's what we want to reciprocate back. But then I think the next stage, like you've just mentioned, is about the testing and the validation. So we've spent the time at the moment, and I can mention again with one of the examples of how we sort of tested and validated within the project or specifically connected with this project. But I think then it's looking at, how does it validate across, and how do you also hopefully encourage people if they come in, because they've come in for a course on climate change, that they might then want to also do a course that's really focused around biodiversity, or they've come in as a natural scientist, but then it's encouraging them to sort of cut across with a social science. So that's what we're trying to, balance between those ways. So that's what we're really hoping, that we've got the course in sort of beta version by the end of this month, so that we've then got the full month of October to be exploring those links, and then obviously taking it forward with the transformative change cluster with Daisy and other projects beyond it. So that's definitely the next stage in it with that, but the whole platform has been built in mind. And the other, not a short answer, sorry, the other very quick thing to say is we thought a lot about, do we go to an existing platform or create our own? But it was really trying to have a platform of our own that we can like control the content and make sure that it is staying true to what we want and what the values that we're trying to, put forward. But obviously the risk with that is making sure you get the traffic. So that's where it's really key. We're aware to be sharing, correctly and reciprocally with other projects, so that people are able to stumble across us, and really making sure with the part of the booster service, this is one of our sort of key products coming out, that we're really, clear on how we're going to be pushing and marketing it forward. But let's talk more upstairs. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, this is basically an example in the resources section of how we've got some of the methods in there. So the idea that we've tried to work with here, that someone really keen or have lots of time, and or have lots of time to go and take full courses, but other people won't be necessarily having the capacity or the time, even if they've got the keenness, to go and take full courses on lessons. So the idea with the careful resources is that you can also get to the methods, and you can have a shortcut way straight through to the methods, and have versions of the methods in there. And hopefully that will whet the appetite to then go and learn much more about, the ethics of the application and different ways of doing it and all of these other aspects in far greater depth. But you can also cover this in a much shorter and concise way. So what I'm going to start doing is pass over to Ilhom to give an example. We're featuring here the games that we've got in the project.
Thanks a lot. So as some of you know, we work quite a bit with methods, and in particular, we have grouped our exploration of methods into 3 groups. One was creative, deliberative methods, one was game-based, experiential group of methods, and one was nudging choice architecture set of methods. And in the set of methods where we wanted to explore games, we also wanted to develop or co-develop within the consortium with the inputs from the partners and our external partners beyond the consortium. In the end, I'm glad that we were successful to develop those games. At the beginning, we wanted, but we were not sure to what extent we will be successful. So I'm very, very glad that this is the result. And we call these games Pass Break Game Series. What I'm going to walk you through is some of the key elements of the 3 games, well, 2 of those, and then pass it back to Alex to introduce the 3rd one. The first one is called Pass Break Biodiversity Food Governance Game. We had a working title, Biodiversity Food Governance Game, for a while, and yesterday I had a short survey and found out almost the entire consortium had the experience of playing it, thanks to largely us forcing them to play it and asking them to test it again and again. Pass Break Biodiversity Food Governance Game is a game where 7 players sit around a table with 1 facilitator and make decisions about production and consumption, which then has impact on the state of biodiversity. Now you can think of production and consumption as direct, maybe manifestation of people behavior and its impact on biodiversity. So we're talking about some kind of direct impact, direct relationship between people, decisions, and the state of biodiversity. And we were very interested since the beginning of the project to talk about also deeper indirect drivers, but also underlying causes, as it has been now called and highlighted by the transformative change assessment of IPBES, to understand what is it that within the society, within the social processes that happens, makes certain issues a priority for the society. And we wanted to create an activity and an exercise that helps people to experience this within as short as possible time and discuss the implications for real life. So with all of that equipped, we did some calibrations, modeling, to make sure that decisions in the game are not too easy and not too difficult, so to speak, that there is actual dilemma when it's hard to find solutions, but there are certain scenarios where it is possible to combine some of the priorities in terms of food, in terms of consumption, livelihood, but also in terms of the state of the biodiversity. This is approximately how the board looks like, and I will for a moment take you out from here and go to the website that has been operational in the last months. And I hope the Zoom will allow still to share this in its full. So this is a website, passbreak.eu, that allows you to fully access this game that is also available here in the room for you to take away and test if you can and you have capacities. Alternative is also to get the game either from us by contacting us right on this website, or downloading all the game materials that are available across this link and the link that provides the facilitator's manual. That step-by-step walks anyone who would like to test it using this limited resources. Now I would like to go back to the slides and show you a few other elements of the game. We have also integrated the impact of players' decisions, how that plays out. First of all, it has an implication for their livelihood. So they accrue across the game several rounds, certain points, but they also can see that their decisions have impact on the state of biodiversity. And that in turn has been integrated through a so-called feedback loop for the players to feel the results, although it will be delayed feedback. Depending on the state of the biodiversity, we have integrated certain probability events. So some of the events will tell you that this year there has been not enough birds and the pest attack destroyed many crops, for example. But, oh, okay, I'm sorry that I didn't realize this. I apologize, I have to readjust briefly the sharing. So I have to roll back a little bit because what I said would make sense much more with this slide in front of you, I think. So there are different states of biodiversity, and depending on where you are as a community, you might experience different events from happening to your community. I don't know how the sharing completely changed between me moving to the website, but this is what we have now. So you draw a card and you find out whether a natural disaster might have affected your community. Yeah? Then we thought this is still not enough. This feels too direct, and we would like to talk about indirect, deeper drivers, the relationship in the society, and we want to also integrate such topics as democracy and elections, how people make their votes count in relation to biodiversity. So we integrated the governance aspect where governor elected from one of the community members can actually make changes to the policy. And for the policy, we have also selected two specific policies. One is the tax and investments, which can reduce or increase available income for consumers or the players to spend, and the other one is the rewilding area, which takes or gives back certain amount of land for use by agriculture. So all of these factors will be interplaying in each round, which we hoped would allow players to understand the connections, to experience the connections between political dimensions, deeper social dimensions of biodiversity with its more direct dimensions, such as when you make a choice of consumption and production, how it might affect the state of biodiversity and come back to you in different forms. One other important element that we wanted to integrate was intersectionality, and we have an structural integration of intersectionality in the form of one player being having a migrant background. So from the beginning of the game, we ask people whether they would like to run for the office, but we also inform that one of the players, unfortunately, does not have citizenship and therefore is not eligible neither to run or vote in the elections. The second dimension is that all of the players will also receive very short background profile informations that will contain something about their livelihood, something about their views towards biodiversity and agriculture. But we try to keep it to a minimum, and we also inform the players in the game that it is up to them how much of that they would like to keep and how much they would like to bring in their own experiences to the game. And what we have seen through testing and piloting is that most of the time by round 3, players completely forget what happened at the beginning of the game and get into debates that go well beyond what we can expect here. In fact, we have tested the game, thank you, we have tested the game within the consortium with experts, with the learning community members, and with people beyond our project. And this is our preliminary analysis of what players discussed after the game. And as you can see on the left side here, we see that people definitely talk about this, what we call direct social dilemma with cognitive focus, which means people try to estimate, calculate what is the best decision that's good for both me and the community, or one of the two. Or there is also quite a bit of discussion on affective relational dimensions of the dilemma, where people talk about whether they feel comfortable or whether they can identify with the broader group or with the community. We also saw that they talk about indirect governance and political dilemmas, which included power of the market, collective action, role of communication, democracy and election, intersectionality, as we've mentioned, in many ways. And then perhaps on this right side, the figure, you will see that most of the time people directly connect their experiences and comments to the real life situations, which was for us very important. As we know from the theory, that's when transformation of experience happens to knowledge that can be used in the action. So all of that now freely available for download and use by public. And we are very happy if you try and, of course, give us your feedback. And we try to design it in a way that it always allows us to adjust and improve different dimensions of it. But yeah, we are looking forward to hearing from the users. With that, I move on to the one other game that we managed to develop within this project. Is called Path Break Negotiation Game. You might be aware, you might have known different role-playing games in school settings, for example, where you distribute the roles, where there is a big project that needs to be developed and people need to take stands about it and they negotiate and they come to conclusion by the end of it.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can we go full screen mode for the online?
Yes, I will try to do so. And I think perhaps for that, I need to first, for some reason, maybe I should disconnect this. Apologies for the break. We are setting up the full screen again. Thank you. So in this second negotiation game, we also try to think of facilitators, how much time they need for preparation. And we wanted to develop something that is familiar to people, but with focus on biodiversity and this deeper social dimension of it. So in this specific game, people have the chance of negotiating the impacts and the fate of a large dam being built in a fiction country. That's also will be available on the same Path Break website. Yeah. And for the next one, I will pass it back to Alex.
Okay, so now we go from complexity back to simplicity, hopefully, with it. So the third game that we've got, and really special thanks to Lindy Binder and Barbara Smith at Coventry, as this is absolutely their idea and development. And part of why Lindy can't be here is because she was also testing and validating it at the Human Behaviour Change Festival over the weekend. I've got some good pictures of her in the tent if anyone wants to see them separately. So the Path Break game, and this is why it's part of why it's featured, as Andrea showed as one of the methods with the schools, is the idea here is that you don't need any expert facilitation. You need literally to be able to download, you can laminate or not if you want, the board. You've got counters on the board, which hopefully some of you have had a chance to play around with it during the break. So you've got counters as well that you can cut out from it. So you put these together with your classic Jenga, and you create the biodiversity, Path Break biodiversity Jenga. So we've got the large size blocks of this, which is really nice to have if you've got conferences and events, but also really simple, particularly if it's like the UK where teachers don't have much money, to get your really small version of the Jenga and just colour in your colours, and then basically putting them together. With it, you get a really fun icebreaker activity that's suitable for children, that's suitable for adults, that's suitable in lots of different contexts with it. And what we do alongside is to just really facilitate this, as well as providing all of the resources with it, is just a really simple set of instructions. So the idea being just very simple, as I hope you have had a chance, but maybe you'll have a chance in the rooftop bar, is you take the dice and you roll it and you land on a square, and it tells you, for example, forest fire, one planet, one mammal. So it means that you have to take away from the Jenga, in that case, 2 different colors, which are indicated on the Jenga. There are also some places where there are positive things, where some really nice activity has happened. And so you get the chance to add something back onto the Jenga tower. And from the validation work, so we've tested it in schools, we've tested it amongst the consortium task group, we've tested it at the Human Behaviour Change Festival. We've also tested it at the Centre for Agroecology, Water and Resilience Summer Conference. And one of the nice feedbacks as well was to give the option, which is on the back of a blank sheet. So there's also the idea, for example, with schools, that you could also get them then to go away and think about, well, actually, what might you be doing, which would be a really positive intervention in this school, or what might you feel that's really frustrating, you know, for example, if you've learned about biodiversity in your cupboard in the school. So you could put in different squares, and so you can really motivate people also to really think about it again in the context of their own lives and what they're facing. So that's just another really nice example, hopefully, maybe I'm a bit biased, but nice example, that's in the careful resources. And so just to finish very briefly, just to take you through, the other key component that we've got with this, which you're going to find in the resources, is our catalogue of methods. And so for the catalogue of methods, we're building this both as a digital search engine tool and also as a downloadable PDF. So on the platform, you go back into the resources, and basically it allows you to filter by different categories. And the idea with the categories is that you can think about, you know, who's the target group you want to work with, how much budget have you got, how much time have you got, what sort of level of complexity do you have the opportunity to work with, you know, professional participatory theatre actors, all these sort of questions with it. And so it helps you filter out what the sort of thing that is right for you. And then, as I said before, it allows you to then click straight onto a method, and it will give you a really nice short summary of that method. But also there'll be the possibility to click and go into the educational courses if you want to have more detail on each of the method. And we've also woven through the courses, or present tense, we're weaving through the courses, some of the inspiring examples from the transformative change stories of the cases that you heard about before lunch as well. So just sort of showing, again, sort of motivation and examples. And it's possible to link through and get summaries of the courses, of the case studies. Alongside that, you can also download the PDF version. So this will be a sort of nice, short, succinct catalogue of methods, which we're going to basically have, which takes you through a welcome, a talk about the background, how it came out of Planet4B, why to use the catalogue, how to use the catalogue, some issues around things like sort of intersectionality considerations, ethics considerations, particularly if you're going to use some of the more sort of behaviourally nudgy or framey choice architecture. And then it takes you on to different methods that are featured. So we haven't covered everything. If you remember, as a project, we started off with 100 methods in our directory. We boiled that down to 28 performers of what we use. We've taken that down to thinking what really does represent what Planet4B is about, and also the diversity of the different key enabling players, what they need to use. So we've grouped these around 5 different sort of themes of different methods that are featured in the catalogue, but obviously flagging that there's much more available online. And so you'll have, in this downloadable version, a 2-page spread for each of the methods with a QR code where you can link back to further detail. And you'll also have, if you recall before, I think it was the same day today, before lunch, Ilham presented as well this morning about the reflexivity situatedness method matrix. So that's the idea here, again, just to help steer people a little bit of thinking, you're not going to achieve transformation, unfortunately, from one method. So let's think a bit more about how you might mix up methods. Let's think about more about what are you trying to achieve? So trying to prompt people to think about, again, the suitability of the method, the type of people they're working with, what they're trying to achieve, what's suitable, and what's possible in their context. So that just gives a steer. And also, at the end of it, also, again, this conversation about how might you measure and monitor impact in a way that you can help convince other people with what you're doing. And on that, perfectly, thanks, Noor. That's a bit of a whistle-stop tour of some of our careful courses and resources. Thank you very much.
I wonder if anyone in the audience has any questions relating to any of the games that were shared. We'll give it a moment.
Yeah, so that we're going to launch it. At the moment, we're still just building. We're going to have a beta version, hopefully by the end of this month, which we'll share around, I think, prioritising first people who've already come and contacted us in the transformation cluster, and then launch it at the end of October with the project with it from there. So yeah, that's all going to be information to follow on that one.
Good. Anything else? No, then I think we can take a. Oh, what's that? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Don't be shy.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question related to your overall approach a bit more, because it's also the case that a lot of students or young people have a lot of climate anxiety, for example, and are a bit overburdened with all this information. And it's like often also very integrated into education already, but then other students might have never come across such topics. Did you take that into account while these games, or did you dive a bit deeper into different student groups or groups of young people?
So I'm going to pass over to Andrea, I think, as the expert, particularly on the school side of it. But just one thing, just to reinforce in terms of the anxiety side, I think that was part of the really nice, like the validation, the idea of balancing on our Jenga. You know, usually it's all about tumbling it down, but it was thinking as well about how can we get students to understand, you know, that everybody, you know, has possibility to make change happen. Sometimes it needs a lot more enablement than for other people. But so we were very much aware of that anxiety dimension and having the positive examples. And that's also how we're trying to really sort of simply build through as well the transformative change, sort of inspiring examples of the little things that you can do in your everyday life, rather than it just being all big things. But in terms of the sort of pedagogy side, if I pass to...
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So in terms of the first part of the question with eco-anxiety, so that's why we gave ideas of action to students. So going from the personal level to how to engage your community around these topics and how you might engage to achieve, to help, to contribute to institutional change. There are also like further readings and videos for students who are really interested. And they can also choose to do the online course for educators if they really want to learn more. And I think the systems thinking approach is quite helpful with eco-anxiety, because it shows that it's not set in stone and it can change. And it's also about encouraging young people to think about alternatives to how we're organizing right now. Thanks.
And Ilkom.
Particularly with the path break game, we thought one of the findings was that in relation to biodiversity, one specific lesson people highlighted in the briefing was that they felt frustrated. And this was also expected. And on the other hand, very often they described that they also had hope. And this was what gave us a little bit of relief. Because if you remember at the beginning of today's presentations, we talked about understanding change and then channeling it into some action. So we thought of anxiety and frustration for ourselves, that probably it's expected to have frustration if you know all the things we know about the state of affairs today. But then the question is how we process it and how we channel it to something that is constructive and can improve the state of affairs. So that's one element I felt was particular about the game and anxiety.
There's no final questions. We'll take a 10-minute refresher to use the bathroom, get a drink, come back for the panel discussion while we set up. If I can please ask you to be timely with the 10-minute break, I'd really appreciate that. And then we'll get the panel discussion underway. Thanks.
Test, 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 test.
Testing the audio. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, Rita.
Hey, this is a test.
Hi, Marco. Great. We can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry, also test. Hello.
Thank you so much, Julia. Perfect. We can hear you.
Great.
Apologies, Marco and Julia. Could I ask you please to try again? Because it seems that your microphones are a little bit lower than Rita's. So Marco, if we could start off with you.
Okay, this is a test.
That's great. Thank you, Marco. And Julia, over to you.
Yep, how's that?
If you could keep going for a little bit, please.
Yep. So I'll say something to test the microphone. Is that any better?
Yes, that is a little bit better. If there's any way that we can increase the input volume on through the Zoom microphone settings, if not, hopefully it will still be clear enough and we can try and raise the volume also on our end a little bit.
that any better?
Yes, that's better. Thank you very much, Julia. And thank you for your patience with us. We'll be resuming shortly.
When it's red, it's on, yes.
This one, red one.
And you have to hold it quite close.
Please can everybody make their way to their seats and we'll get our panel discussion session underway. Those by the door, if you could just make your way to your seats. Okay, well, thanks those online for staying with us. We're now going into our final session of the day, and we're really fortunate to have a wonderful lineup of guest speakers. I'm going to hand you over to our panel facilitator, Ruth.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good morning to Marco online. Thank you very much for getting up incredibly early. He's coming at us from across the Atlantic. I feel like our next panel session should start with giant Jenga, but on this occasion, I'll just start with some introductions. What I'm going to do is go through the introductions, and between each introduction, ask our speakers to answer the question of how can we make the concept of transformative change feel more practical and possible to implement for the benefit of biodiversity and people. So to give you a little bit of a break from me. And then after that, there'll be one question per speaker to kick off, and we'll open to the other speakers to respond to that. And then at the end, there'll be an opportunity to take questions from the floor. So as this panel goes along, please do have a think about what questions you might like to ask. So I'm going to kick off with Dr. Jean Nell. Thank you very much, from Wageningen University, the Transformative Change Cluster Sister Projects Transpath, Biotrace, DAISY, and BioAgora. Thank you for coming. Dr. Jean Nell leads the Biodiverse Environment Program at Wageningen University and Research in the Netherlands, and holds a concurrent research associate position in South Africa at the Nelson Mandela University. Her research focuses on land and water ecosystems and the linkages to global change and equitable social development. She trained as an ecologist and conservation scientist, and as her career has progressed, her work has shifted to more inter- and intradisciplinary transdisciplinary domains. She now works across many silos, linking environment, socioeconomic, and humanities sciences with societal processes. These days, she finds herself connecting wildly different worlds and views to help society move forward collectively to a just and sustainable future. She dreams of a world where people can listen to each other, respect each other and the rest of nature, bringing love, kindness, and care into both their personal and professional decisions. Thanks for being with us. So please, can I ask you to make a few comments on the concept of transformational change and the practicality thereof?
Thank you, Ruth. Yes, thank you very much. I just have to say that the last sentence on bringing in the love is a thing that I've been doing, and it sometimes really falls flat in these circles. So thank you for the clapping. Because I think actually at the end of the day, transformation is trying to bring that personal and professional human side together, and I think that in a very practical way, when you're doing that, you know, we get lost in all this transformative jargon, the politicizing, the pluralizing. We get quite lost in that in some ways, and I think that transformative, in a practical sense, is meeting people where they are at in their everyday lives, shielding them a bit from this jargon, and actually not minding to start broad and incremental, actually, in practicality, but with a view in the back of your head that actually later on, as you build these relationships and you get your foot in the door that we were talking about, you can actually start to build in criticality and reflexivity. So I think sometimes transformative change is something that we should put in the back of our heads as a framework in the long term, a dynamic process, but actually start with engaging with people in their everyday life. And when you do that, you can lose the jargon and it becomes quite practical quite quickly.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Secondly, we have our guest from the European Commission, Gilles Ziogno. Thank you so much for coming. Gilles is a marine zoologist from Belgium. After his research career on symbiosis, which I'd love to hear a bit more about, he worked on fisheries, aquaculture, and freshwater issues at the Walloon region and Oceania, and then became the first global seafood leader at WWF. He joined the European Commission in 2008 and spent 10 years at DG Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and was the first communication coordinator for the 4th Our Ocean conference hosted by the EU. He joined DG Environment in 2018 and was the coordinator for the global coalition United for Biodiversity, ahead of COP15. In April 2022, he was appointed team leader for biodiversity and nature-based solutions at DG Research and Innovation. He is also the EU negotiator at the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity Ecosystem Services, IPBES, and the Convention on Biological Diversity. Thanks for joining us, and please do give us a few words on transformational change and practical implementation.
Thank you very much. And also I will add that, I know many of you and you know that I'm a rogue EU official. So this is really my own opinion today, with some bits from the European Commission. And also I hope I will not repeat myself because I already intervened at the Alternate Conference, many times at BioAgora and also at the cluster event of transformative change. But I'm trying to bring new ideas. Well, the first thing I would say is that the very first time I heard about transformative change was in 2019. And at that time, I was team leader social media for DG Environment. And so my job was to promote all the policies. And so when I received the task of promoting transformative change on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, I said, forget about it. It will never fly. And it's very complex. But so you can change the narrative. So it's a part of transformative change. And when you use keywords such as transform and change, you can bring the different messages. And also at the end of the day, why are we doing all that? We want to have impact on the ground. This is my keyword, impact on the ground. At the end of the day, we do not care if the people implementing something will know about the definition of transformative change. This is our role as scientists. And it's the same for nature-based solutions. So I had a contact, thanks to social media, with a wine producer from Sicily, Marilena, and she had a wonderful field full of biodiversity. And I asked her, what are you doing? And then she explained many things, and I told her, you are implementing nature-based solutions. And she didn't know. And now she's invited to events to speak about NBS. So, the question we have also to ask ourselves is, why do we need transformative change? And it's just that we humans, for the last centuries, more and more, we are disconnected from nature. And there are still people on this planet, thank God, or in whatever you believe in, are still connected to nature. So now we are rediscovering indigenous knowledge. We have a lot to learn, but each of our ancestors, let's say 5,000 years ago, they were still connected with nature, and we lost all that. We came back a little bit with COVID. So it was like each of us, we felt that, oh, I really need to meet nature again. And then, I have many things to say, so stop me when you want. But I think I will not teach you. You are the experts more than me, but each of us, we can change. Any action counts. So if we are talking about, the reuse, repair, recycle, reduce, but there is also the refuse. So the first thing you can say is that I do not need that. And then you have zero impact. Well, at least you have a positive impact. And so we have to teach our colleagues, Lucy and me, we are at the Commission. We have also other colleagues from REA. We have to teach our colleagues who are not biodiversity experts. Do we have some colleagues not caring about biodiversity? Yes. Do we have some colleagues thinking that biodiversity is only what you have in a national park? Yes. And so our role is to tell them, well, you know, it's about protection, restoration, but it's also about sustainable use. And it's linked to the GDP, 50% of the GDP globally. And I will just finish this introduction by, so yes, I have the honor to be EU negotiator with IPBES. I was the main negotiator on the values assessment. And honestly, when I received the task, you know, all this idealism, etc., and it's completely nonsense. It's not pragmatic. I learned a lot. It changed my life. And then you really understand that, well, actually, we could implement that. We could implement that. We can change. And my last thing is that, yes, each of us, we can change all the time. It's now my day 42 without smoking a cigarette. And I was smoking 1 pack per day. And it was difficult, but you change. So you can change.
A lot of credit to that. Very well-deserved round of applause there. And I totally agree, this idea of collective action. We can all make little changes that can turn into a bigger picture. So thank you for that idea. Now I'm going to turn to our online panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. Those people in the room, you're on 2 different screens, so we can definitely see you. Firstly, Julia Leventon from Czech Globe and Planet4B partner, also an IPBES Transformational Change Assessment Coordinating Lead Author for Chapter 1. Julia is Professor in Sustainability Science and leads the development of human dimensions and global change in the Global Change Research Institute of the Czech Academy of Sciences. Her research explores both policy and politics of social transformations for sustainability. Her work is transdisciplinary and spanned a broad range of topics and locations, including water management in Hungary, forest governance in Zambia. Throughout such work, she has developed and led approaches to meaningful knowledge integration across disciplines and knowledge communities. She's been a contributing author to the IPCC 6th assessment on the topic of societal transformations and is coordinating lead author of the recent IPBES Transformational Change Assessment, a team leader in Planet4B, and is currently leading the Horizon Europe project Plus Change and the chair of the Transformers Cost Action. Julia, thank you very much for joining us. Please, could you give us a few words on transformational change and practical action?
Sure. Thank you, and thank you very much for allowing me to participate online today. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be there in person. Yeah, so I think often there is a fear that when we talk about transformative change, it's really conceptual. And for example, I've heard a few times that the IPBES transformative change assessment was a really conceptual, heavyweight piece of work. But I would actually say that it sounds conceptual. It sets those definitions and frameworks for what transformative change is. It's actually a framework for action. And I think that so I think it's practical, and I think it's practical in a number of ways. I won't talk about all of them, don't worry, but I will just flag a couple of things. One of the things that I think it does is that it showcases that transformative change is already happening. So in the assessment, we cover nearly 400 examples, cases of where some aspects of transformative change are already underway. And I mean, in the Planet4B project as well, those in-depth case studies that have been involved in the project are already doing work towards creating transformative change. And so one of the practical things I think that's there is this encouragement that it's already happening, it's underway, people are already doing it, and examples exist to draw inspiration from and to learn from in different contexts and realities. And I think the second way is a realization that transformative change is not a binary distinction between something being transformative or being not transformative. It's a constant evolution where we're always working towards adapting and changing and pushing the boundaries of what we're doing. And I think in the conceptual framing of what is transformative change, in the assessment, we point to a definition of transformative change being fundamental shifts across views, structures, and practices in ways that address the underlying causes of biodiversity loss. I won't unpack the entire thing, but just to say that that gives us a framework for thinking about ways in which we can stretch towards exploiting the transformative potential that cases and examples and initiatives already have. So if you're doing something that is good for biodiversity, whether that's you as an individual or you as a collection of people, or you as a decision maker, you can find ways to challenge yourself. Okay, can I do more to change views or change structures? Or can I do more to address these underlying causes of biodiversity loss that have been identified? And in that way, we break it down from being this, okay, big, scary conceptual challenge into something that actually we're constantly moving towards. We know it's possible. We see examples in practice, and we can keep pushing towards achieving those goals, recognizing that it's a constant evolution.
Thank you so much. Messages of hope. We're already on the journey, and little actions can create greater change. So that's a really nice starting message for us. Marco, thank you so much for joining us. Marco Janssen from Arizona State University. You can see the cactuses in his background. A little bit of a different environment from over here. He's on the PLANET4B advisory board and a professor in complex adaptive systems and behavioral economics. A professor at the School of Sustainability. His formal training is in operations research and applied mathematics. Janssen's research covers different transdisciplinary domains. He studies the connections of self-governance and shared resources in the field, in the lab, cyberspace, and outer space. Using behavioral experiments, computational models, and case study comparisons, his work has contributed to methodological diversity in studying the governance of the commons. His work demonstrates the importance of the participatory process to derive sustainable outcomes. Thank you so much for joining us, Marco. And can I hand the floor to you to discuss transformative change and practical applications? Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you for allowing me to attend online. So, one important factor for, I think, the successful implementation of a transformational change will be the kind of procedural justice component to get people involved in the defining and making change. And what I have seen today in a lot of the work that the PLANET4B is doing, that there is a lot of emphasis on participatory approaches. So that I think is very important. But coming in a way from the US, in a way, well, I am originally from the Netherlands, but now being in the US, I want to reflect also a little bit of from outside. In a way, we are going through a rapid transformative change within the US at the moment. Maybe not the direction that a lot of us may desire, but I think it gives us a cautionary tale, because there was earlier, I think Gilles was also mentioned about the person who says refuse. I have not seen much discussion about who are impacted in a more negative way in those changes, and how, do we also pay attention to those? Because what we currently are experiencing in the US is, I think, more an overreaction to some of the changes that previous administration wanted to achieve. And I think we have to be conscious about those people who do not like to, they prefer a more, they keep things in a different direction than maybe some of us want. So I understand that all of us might find biodiversity very important, but if we want to make those changes, we have to be very careful about for what will be the impact for some stakeholders, and how do we avoid that they will have a negative impact for groups who may kind of yeah, may react differently if they would have a chance. And so, yeah, I think paying more attention to that would be important for sustainable transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a really important message, bringing everyone with us, but also thinking about who might be impacted and how far to push people before you bring them back. I'm now going to go on to a couple of questions, starting off with one initially for Julia, but please, everyone else after that, do think if there's anything that you can add to this particular discussion. In PLANET4B, quite a lot of change was achieved through local scale action, achieving nature connectedness in a number of different situations. Taking highly contextualized local initiatives and scaling them up or scaling them out is complex and likely to come with important caveats. Do you have any reflections on the challenges or solutions for scaling local initiatives to other scales and contexts?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really nice question. So I think many of us know the experience and the frustration of doing something really effective at the local level, but being hindered in what we can do or how we can take that further. So, I mean, an example that I often give where I live at the moment is, okay, we can all talk about changing our behaviors. For example, perhaps we choose not to drive to work in the morning. Okay, that has a positive impact on the environment, but actually your ability to make that choice depends on so many other things, on infrastructure, on policy decisions. And so like if there's not a bus that you can take, then how are you not going to drive? If there's not safe cycling infrastructure, how are you going to drive? If you've got to drop off kids and do shopping and do blah, 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 it all becomes really difficult. And so it's a really concrete example of how you can go from the small scale decisions, but actually you need there to be broader change to unlock those individual decisions and collective actions often as well. So I really get on board with the premise of the question. And I think one of the things that we found, both through the PLANET4B work that we were doing and through the IPBES transformative change assessment, is that a lot of these challenges come from sort of scales and levels of decision making that can feel quite inaccessible. So these are things like subsidies, infrastructure, decision making that shapes whether or not we can take initiatives broader, whether they make sense, whether the actions that we're doing are being undermined by these higher levels of decision making. In the IPBES assessment, we actually explain this as being that, okay, there are these underlying causes that drive biodiversity loss, and we refer to those as this disconnection and domination over nature, a concentration of power and wealth, and a prioritization of short-term and individual material gains. And chapter 4 in particular of the assessment looks into how powerful actors, so both individuals and collective organizations that benefit from these underlying causes being in place, that sort of generally winning in the system at the moment, they work to hold them in place. So they gain from having subsidies that undermine biodiversity, or they gain from the kinds of technologies that are held in place at the moment. And so within that, there's then challenges that emerge around refusal to change these policy systems or provide the kinds of infrastructure that we need. And that feels a bit depressing and a bit inaccessible, because it's often at this policy level that we as individuals don't feel that we have much influence in changing. But there are solutions. We can start changing them. I think it's really important to note that decisions and the kinds of policy systems that we have in place are constructed by people. People are behind these decisions, whether that's on a collective level or an individual level. And we all have our own sort of spheres of influence of what we can change. So I can change things within my household, within my community. can also change things within my department. And that means that there are people out there who have the ability to change the kinds of decisions that are being made in policy because they are participating in those policy making processes. And we do outline in the assessment that there are different roles that people can take. And one of those, well, two of those that are particularly important here for creating solutions for scaling up and scaling out are we have a role in influencing powerful actors by the way that we vote, the kinds of social mobilizations, protests, demonstrations that we take part in. We have a role to raise awareness and show that different ways are possible. And as that grows and people can see that, then that creates ripple effects. And really importantly is that for people with power, whatever power that is, however limiting that feels, we have the power to unlock change for others. So potentially, even if you are just the head of a research department, you have the power to change policies and decisions that unlock behavior change in others. For example, I could change the travel policy in my department to incentivize train travel for everybody that works in my department. And that would have a knock-on impact and unlock change on a broader scale. So I acknowledge there's challenges, there's frustration, but there are solutions because they are people-based decisions and constructions that are holding these challenges in place.
Thank you. I can certainly reflect on the challenges of getting children and shopping on a bike. But looking at power and power to unlock, Gilles.
Yeah, I'm very sad because I thought that Julia, you would be there, so I will tell you in front of everybody. Well, it's not over once we have an assessment and a summary for policymakers by IPBES validated, and then all the countries will be, we don't care. On our side, at the EU, we are very serious with that. So I inform you that first, the European Group of Ethics, so the group of experts advising the President of the European Commission, have been asked to work on the values of nature, so really using the values assessment of IPBES. I met them last Thursday and I said that they have to link it with Nexus Transformative Change, so I will give your name so they call you. And what we discussed last Thursday was that when we want to have a change with a lot of impact very quickly, there are two ways. The first one is to have a ban on something. That's what we succeeded with the Single-Use Plastic Directive. And we saw that the pollution by single-use plastic items on the beaches in Europe fell by 1/3 in 1 year because there was a ban. And the entire society accepted that. It was not easy, but we did. The second one is to have positive incentives. And so we have the concept of nature positive. This is abnormal in our society that for me, as a customer of a French provider of energy, they ask me, oh, do you want to have some green electricity? And I said, yeah. So it's a kind of supersize me, and I have to pay more. This is absurd. So you should have, if you choose green energy, you pay less. But it means that we have to find the incentives, financial incentives somewhere, but we have to choose to change our society. So all these will advise the President of the European Commission. Second thing, as of today, or this week, I have colleagues from DG Env discussing with the member states to prepare the SABSTA meeting of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and today the IPBES transformative change is being discussed. So I sent some comments this morning, but the main message is we have to base our policies on facts, scientific facts. And the IPBES assessment on transformative change is crystal clear. Transformative change is urgent, it is necessary, it is complex, but it is possible. And personally, I add it is still possible, but we have to act now. And if we do not, when we look at all the assessment of IPBES, if we do not, we are doomed. As a species, we are doomed. So petit à petit, you have some colleagues in the hierarchy like, oh yeah, well, actually, it's not only about birds and butterflies. No, it's really about our own species. So we are taking care of your wonderful assessment, Julia. Trust me.
Sounds like very good news. Jean, do you have any comments on this question? No. I will move on to the next one, which is for you. Being in several Horizon Europe projects looking at transformational change for biodiversity, have you uncovered any findings, concepts, or approaches that seem to be particularly promising for unlocking transformative change for biodiversity? And what do you think there are in terms of areas for future research?
Thanks. That's quite a nice question. And I think I am involved in about 4 or 5 actual projects that are going on. And then I'm also involved in a lot of the cluster activities and trying to make sense of some of the cluster activities across the projects. And one of the things that is really coming up is diversity, diversity, diversity. Diversity in approaches, diversity in people, and then attention to the marginalization and justice components. So I think that is coming out throughout the project. It is one of the threads that's coming out. And most of the projects are actually combining different approaches and trying at least to weave approaches together. And one of the big aspects, whether you are in the halls of the ministries or whether you're on the local grassroots initiative, people are really trying to be people-based and link communities. And I think that's really, really important. And it's one of the aspects that links back to our previous discussion we've just been having on scaling. I think it really does depend on these relationships and how you can actually use your collective influence a little bit. So that's on the promising threads. In the future research, we have, and actually Emmanuela is in the audience, and Gilles, and then ERC. They prepared a lovely brochure of 22 cluster projects from Horizon Europe, plus another whole bundle from the ERC, which might not even have started out as transformative, but actually are doing transformative work and have transformative elements. So we've got about 42 to 43, and we did a survey across them to see where we are at, and we based it a little bit on the EPBES barriers and strategies. And what we actually found in that is that people are really, they are working on, there's a lot of human nature connectedness going on, a lot of values. People have really taken that values assessment to heart, and there's a common discourse in the survey on justice, inclusivity, diversity, and then all the co-words, collaboration, cooperation, coordination. So you see a lot of that coming out. But where I think we still are lacking is in the potential that we could have in steering it quite deliberately in terms of our collective influence. So I think we're not quite there yet. And then some of the major gaps that are coming out, if you look at the EPBES transformative change barriers and strategies, come still at, I think it's the legacy that we come from in the biodiversity world. We're still much more comfortable dealing with landscapes and farmers and landowners than we are in the structures. So we're engaging with the governance and humanities scientists quite a lot, but we're still not quite there with the coalition of the unwilling. So like the macroeconomy, we're politicizing it, but we're not doing anything about it. And I'm wondering whether we shouldn't be stepping out of the field in our human nature connective methodologies and into the boardrooms to really tackle these high impact sectors. So that's something I think in the structural thing, it's a major thing, is macroeconomy, monetary systems, multilateralism, and the other one is technologies. We just like staying away. So we've got Daisy, who's going to be looking at technologies and transformative capacities. But yeah, we seem to be staying away from that a lot. And then one thing in this cluster event that we've recently had in June is we identified these 12 kind of research horizons, kind of broad horizons that we think we need to move towards. And it was quite interesting because the things that I've just mentioned did come out and were prioritized. But I was very disappointed that nobody prioritized transforming science. And I think it's really an interesting thing, this, because I think there's a lot to be said for the norms and the social norms and the expectations that as researchers we take on, like how we expected to be good scientists and what society expects of us to be a good science and what is good science. And I think that is changing with the methodologies you see here. And I think that there is a science in that that is underexplored, and I think it's not yet quite acknowledged and given legitimate space.
Social norms as a scientist, I think, is a critical area. Some really interesting work that we've been listening to this morning about these sort of the various dimensions of intersectionality. I think that comes into that as well. Julia or Marco, do you have any reflections on that particular comment?
If I could, Marco, I saw you shaking your head. So I would just step in and say, yeah, Jean, I was cheering you on with that comment from here, and this question of what counts as legitimate knowledge, and noting that actually there's been a lot of knowledge that has been marginalized over time. So I think Jill referred to Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous ways of being in the world as being connected with nature. And when those forms of knowledge have been delegitimized through science processes in the past, then that's a barrier that we've got to overcome and start reconnecting with such knowledge holders in ways that do not subordinate their knowledge to our dominant ways of seeing and thinking about the world. So, and thinking about what is the role of science in those kinds of decision-making processes. And I mean, I, for one, have been accused at times of going too political with my research because I look at political processes in a lot of my research. And so I think as a science policy community, I think we also need to be thinking about, yeah, what is that role? So thank you very much, Jean, for talking about that.
Thanks for those additional comments there. Marco, behaviour change was an aspect in the PLANET4B project, and to achieve long-term change, we need to navigate the challenges of short-term thinking and cement behaviour change in the long term for different audiences, including at the political scale. Do you have any experiences or thoughts that could be shared on overcoming the challenge of short-term thinking?
So I have two responses to that. So the first is that as individuals, we have a lot of difficulty with dealing with dynamical systems. This is not restricted to biodiversity. Think about ability of people to deal with credit cards. It's already it's a big challenge. So a lot of people have difficulty with making decisions over time. So understanding the consequences is of our decisions in the longer time is a challenge, and we often make commitments but not really come true. So congratulations, Jill, with stopping with smoking. But a lot of people try to exercise, stop smoking, but we attempt things, but we often have ambitions but not come true. Even if we know that this is the best in our best interest. So there are ways to help with that. We can do exercises about imagining yourself in the future, writing a letter to future generations, being involved, using some of those games that are also presented. So that helps to improve your mental models to understand the consequences. But still, we have a lot of challenges to make those changes. To really make those kind of long-term changes stick, we have to think more about the institutional level. And so I think because society has been able successfully to deal with making decisions that had implications and planning for a long time. Otherwise, we will not have these complex societies we are living in. So we have been very successful in doing that. And we have created rituals, religion, which helps us to kind of take into account the consequences for the future. But perhaps we have lost some of those kind of institutional frameworks that help us to make those kind of decisions. So this is not only the indigenous knowledge, but also our own kind of, at least our own in terms of Western practices. We have reduced some of our rituals to take the longer term into account. So there are some innovations in decision making. I think in Wales they have a commissioner for the future. So somebody who takes into account the consequences of policies for future generations. Typically, the people make decisions are, let's say, more senior. So a lot of our decision makers, elected officials, they are quite of age when the consequences are for future generations. So how do we get the consequences of for future generations into our decision making? If we want to, we may have to think about innovations in terms of how can we have representation, and that could be like what they have done in Wales, a commissioner for future generations, so that future generations are also have a position at the table. So we have been successful in the past to think about the consequence. So in Arizona, we have about 40% of the land is tribal land. So I'm here very familiar with kind of traditional knowledge. We have a lot of people from native communities here, and they have they typically think about the multiple generations ahead, about the consequences of decisions. So we have to think about how can we bring in some of those kind of long-term thinking back in our decision making. So so it's not something that is new to our society. So
I quite like the idea of the role of the future on an institutional panel. Any additional thoughts from the room on that one?
I really like the youth in decision making. The one thing that is interesting for me also in the Transpath project, which is actually looking at transforming the financial systems, is that we asked a question very deliberately differently, like not what you should do now, but what role do you want to play in future society? And that really got us out of this stuck position of talking about nature-related risk and dependency, which is direly needed, and we need to do it to transition. But it got us out of talking about it got us talking broader. And so really in all these systems, I think if you stimulate people to think about especially at higher levels of organization, what role they want to play in future society, it's very interesting because it kind of like switches your mind into a different space.
A really interesting discussion yesterday about activating values, and I have heard of work where CEOs are asked about what messages they want to send their grandchildren about their work, and that was quite interesting in terms of the way it changed perspectives. We are now opening the floor for questions online and in person. We have some additional questions, but if there's any initial ideas?
Can you, okay, it works. Thank you so much for your reflections. I am Pedro Navarro. I am part of the Italian case study about fashion. And what you were mentioning before about, let's say, addressing the most impactful sectors for transformative change is something that really resonates with some of the extensive cases of this project, which are maybe not so much focused on changing individual behaviors, but more, our conclusions point more into the direction of reconfiguring whole economic sectors and maybe how our economies are connected with the rest of the society. And in this regard, I wanted to ask Jill specifically, because you were mentioning, for example, that, let's say, the kind of discussion that the publication of the best transformative change assessment was triggering at the European Commission was more connected with a sense of urgency. But then when you were mentioning like the type of tools that you have to do things is either carrots or sticks. And I was actually thinking that there are many more options. For example, going in the direction of understanding the European Union, not just as an economic union, but as an economic democracy, like granting more space for sovereign decisions about what we consume, what we produce, rather than having a fully legal market, for example, that before you were complaining about with the prices of the renewable energy. So I was thinking if this kind of publication, the one of the transformative change assessment, which I think goes a lot in this direction, is also leaving space for this kind of debates within the European Commission. And then a very short question would be about this. Are these discussions also connected with broader topics like the war in Ukraine and Russia, for example, in terms of now we have a really big problem of energy sovereignty, basically because we cannot buy gas from Russia anymore and we are buying it from the United States. So I don't know if you can buy, but can you bypass that when talking about transformative change? Are these topics that are discussed? Maybe also it could be a question for Julia at the IPBES, because I don't think you can talk about transformative change without talking about this thing.
Thank you for that question, that enormous question. Let's start with Gilles, and maybe if the other panelists could also think about responses to elements of that as well.
Okay, so, well, first thing, we should not be naive. We live in a world with many different interests. Everything is interlinked. You have a lot of politics, and at least my role and the role of my team is to ensure that the scientific facts are heard. So we are telling that, well, we need to do all this. If not, we are jeopardizing our economy, our health, our food, etc. So this is our role. But then we are just some toy soldiers in this big room. But so we insist all the time. And transformative change is complex. So it is mentioned in the key message from IPBES. It will take a lot of time, at least for us to start to convincing colleagues to start working on something. We have to analyze into details what does it mean for that policy and that policy and that policy. It will take years if we succeed, because it's not sure. Huh? When I mentioned ban and positive incentives, these were examples. Of course, you can do many things, and probably the transformative change, if we succeed, will be, okay, we will implement this small action and then this small action, and we see that there is so we will continue. This will take decades, but we have no time to waste. Ukraine, Russia, what do you think? I mean, when President von der Leyen met Trump on the tariffs and she accepted 15%. It was not the only thing discussed, that's clear. So it was like, you will accept 15% off, or tac. We do not know. And so we scientists, we are coming like, well, you know, by the way, we are destroying our planet. But it's like that since the start of civilization. It was the same with the Romans. But the Romans, they destroyed themselves. Do we want to follow the same path? Personally, I don't, but so we should not be naive as scientists, our level, huh? But, and I would like to react to Jeanne and also what you said, as scientists, and that was also my message at the Alternate Conference, we should speak up. We should speak up. It's not only publication and report, etc. When you are on Twitter and you see that some things completely stupid, against science, not necessarily you will say you are wrong, you are stupid, because then you kill the debate. But you would say, well, actually, you should read this. And then you just put the link to IPBES, and then the politician would say, I don't care. But the other people will be, oh, there is a scientist reacting, and maybe there is another scientist reacting. And also, if you have the opportunity, all of us, huh, to discuss with a member of the European Parliament, to discuss with a local administrative agent, etc. It's not only in labs and in offices that we are doing science, we are part of the society. And this is how we can bring change. If the other question, am I optimistic? No, I'm not at all. But we have to do it. Our role as scientists.
Christina.
Yes, thank you to all the panelists. My name is Cristina Inoue. I'm from Radboud University, but also I'm Brazilian. And our case was also an extensive case of trade between the EU and Brazil, or the Netherlands and Brazil, was on agriculture. But I have another question on how do we think of when transition or transformative change in one sector impacts the other. For instance, energy transition in Europe demands a lot of minerals, so-called critical minerals. And you think about lithium in South America, or rare earth in Brazil. Now everybody wants rare earth, and China is the first producer, in Brazil has the second reserve in the world. Now everybody's going to go after that, plus oil in the Amazon. So there's a lot of things, but mainly energy transition has a lot of impact on biodiversity and people's livelihoods. And that's also transformative change for one sector.
Would anyone like to come in on that challenging question around the energy transition?
Not so much on the energy transition as such, but maybe the nexus thinking. And something that gives me hope is when I was doing, and it was actually a little bit a while, to be completely honest, it was like probably in 2018 when the global environmental outlooks were coming out, the GEO6 actually, so it was a long time ago. I think there's already a GEO7. But I did an analysis across the regional geos, and there, what was fascinating for me is that Europe was the only country really thinking about these telecoupled systems. So Europe has been for a while thinking about it. Maybe we're not acting the best that we can, but we are trying, and it's really useful that there is an awareness in the European policy space on it. We've got a deforestation regulation, which might not be the best, and we've got other things that are also trying to do things, and we might need to adapt those, but we are thinking about it, and that gives me a little bit of hope. But we need to get nexus thinking, and I think that's also the thing, is that it was crazy that the transformative change assessment and the nexus assessment were done in parallel. But at the same time, I think as we now mull over those, we will come up with some of these nexus thinking and transformative change and bring them all close together. Maybe, I don't know if Julia wants to reflect on that.
Julia would like to reflect on that too. Julia, over to you.
Yeah, so I find it a really interesting question, and I think it's having started speaking about transformative change as being practical, I am going to go slightly conceptual in that I think there's a difference between talking about transformative change and talking about things like the transition to a carbon neutral energy system, for example. And that difference is, as we look through the assessment and broader work on transformative change, we're talking about addressing these underlying causes of biodiversity loss. So we're saying that, yes, it's change, but it's not just change that happens within the status quo. We've got to address these deep root, persistent social, cultural patterns that we've embedded within our economic, social, political systems. And I say them again as disconnection and domination from people and nature, the concentration of power and wealth, and the prioritization of short-term individual and material gains. We have to find ways to undo the persistence of these patterns within our economic systems and our political systems. And I think this is super important when we're talking about things like critical minerals. When we look at, for example, a transition to net zero, or I'm about to be controversial, or a sort of a green growth strategy, we have to question if we're embedding actually these same underlying causes, but just doing them in a different way. And that leads us to, frankly, to perpetuate these kinds of neo-colonial relationships that we have, where powerful actors are seeking to secure access to mineral rights in countries where, frankly, there's been long histories of domination and exploitation. And that drives inequality. It perpetuates the current patterns of concentrated power and wealth. And it's done in the name of allowing us to continue to prioritize material gains rather than actually question the underlying logic of that system. And so I think that we have to get to a point of being able to question, okay, yes, maybe for one sector or for some interest group, they might want to frame that as transformative change because they're transitioning to carbon neutrality by having more batteries and solar panels and so on. And of course, those kinds of technologies have to be part of transformative change, but they have to be done in a way that does not perpetuate the harms that have been happening in the world so far. And only if we can address those underlying causes are we practicing transformative change. And we cannot allow certain sectors to transformations wash their activities. I'll stop.
Stopping with a new term, transformations wash there. Thank you. Avoiding the mistakes of the past. Marco.
Yeah, I want to second Julia's comments. And a lot of the electric vehicles are not necessarily a kind of a sustainable alternative. They might be less carbon emissions, but that's not the only focus. And so here in the Southwest in the US, we see an increased amount of mining because we may not want to have all the critical minerals from other countries. So there's a lot of lithium and copper and other minerals also here in the Southwest, but then there's a lot of opposition, of course, also here, and then a lot of the mining will also here happen with close to vulnerable communities. So we always, in a way, get to these challenges. Doesn't have to be the critical minerals will be necessary in the global South. Also, when we extract it within the US, we have kind of challenges about where we extract it, and that there are communities will be hurt by it. So we will get, near Phoenix, where I live, we will get the biggest copper mine being now is approved, and it will be on sacred land of native communities. But yeah, there's a need for copper for the energy transition, and so yeah, that's those kind of trade-offs are kind of very challenging. And so sometimes I wonder about, when we are focusing on the energy transition, do we realize what kind of trade-offs we are making? It's not only about carbon in a way. So
Really challenging trade-offs there. That's an interesting example. One more question. We have one more question. Over there. For the sake of our online participants.
Yeah, true. Yeah, thank you. My name is Eva Sievers. I'm from Leiden University. I'm a PhD researcher on transformative change. And for my current research, I'm actually looking at Horizon Europe projects that are part of the transformative change cluster. And I try to get an overview of all the different approaches and understandings and contributions. And my question relates to the role of science, because yeah, I think we all agree on the important role of science for transformative change. But at the same time, probably most of you also realize there's quite a lot of challenges in terms of the structure we are also embedded in as researchers. And I think very often I hear in debates how we as researchers can individually change to make a contribution. And it's of course also about small actions and mindset shifts. But I think it's also important that we think about how we structure science, how we fund science, and how we set up this entire system of doing science. And I think, well, I'm just curious about your perspectives on this. For example, a project structure of 3 or 4 years with the ambition of achieving transformative change or making a contribution, but at the same time, the funding and all the activities end quite abruptly, and it's really difficult to keep things going because, yeah, everyone also moves on to the next projects and these kind of things. So I'm wondering what you would wish to see for a science system that's supportive for transformative change research.
Thank you. Great question. The enabling environment for transformative science. Gilles, do you want to kick us off?
I really do not know what to say. No, but we are also inside the Commission obliged in a way to follow procedures, and these are in place for years and years. So yes, we could come with transformative change. And I feel you, huh? I used to be a scientist and PhD, huh? So, but I think I understand the system as we have a new commission every 5 years, and you have some priorities for research. And even if we have work program on 7 years, the last 2 years will always reflect more what are the new political priorities of the Commission. So if ideally we should have like a long-term project of 10 years, I would say yes, in some cases I agree, but this will never happen, politically speaking, not scientifically speaking. And we can try to say, well, you know, blah, 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 but then it's so complex with the European Parliament saying yes, and then you have the budgetary discussion, etc. It's like, we cannot commit a budget for 10 years. Punto. Yeah, sorry.
Julia, please extend that discussion.
Yeah, so I spend quite a lot of time thinking about this. I do quite a bit of work on what we mean by transformative research or transformative science. And I think that there's multiple ways in which to approach this. And I think one of the problems here isn't so much, I mean, yes, the duration of research projects ideally would be longer and we would have more resources, of course. But also we have to question what's happening in the broader scientific system where we've reduced ourselves to being so reliant on short-term funding. My own research institute requires us all to be fully project funded. And that means that we are basically pushing to secure lots and lots of short-term projects to keep everybody's career going. But why? We could also change that kind of institutional environment, right? So that instead of only being able to operate through European Commission funding, we have more long-term security so that we're having transformative relationships, transdisciplinary relationships for a longer time period in place with multiple actors. And then the funded projects come in and interact with that as it evolves and as our knowledge evolves. So yes, I would really like to see I think there are things that can shift within the Commission and the Commission funding structure, and we have a project called the SSH Centre running at the moment that specifically looks at bringing in social sciences and humanities knowledge into research, for example. So you might want to check that out. But I also think that broader academia and the framing of science within society needs to also be looked at, because we don't need to be led entirely by research projects in this way.
Thank you, Julia. We're going to end now, but I wondered if I could let Marco and Jean have a final few words, and starting with you, Marco.
Yeah, I agree that the challenge of science is that we often have a lot of incentives for the short term, focusing on publications, not in long-term impact. But things are changing in a way, at least compared to a few decades ago, where there was not really a place for interdisciplinary research, and so a lot of things have changed in a more positive way. And being a tenured professor, I have the luxury in a way I don't have to have projects money for my own income, but at the moment there is no external funding from the federal government for anything like what you're presenting here today. So I cannot support any new students, but yeah, I think there's a lot more. Within the US, there are a number of universities who have changed quite a bit to being more interdisciplinary, have more connection with communities. So ASU, where I am at, they have a long-term commitment to kind of bringing our output to the community, and so there are successful examples of changes in academia who are doing more engaged work, more use-inspired work. And so maybe 20, 30 years ago, there were not those kind of examples, but I think there are now quite a number of organizations, universities who can be as examples for some of those that may demonstrate how you could change some of the organizations for long-term, supporting long-term transformations.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Jean, and then Gilles?
I just wanted to second that. I think the pressure that I feel is not from funding necessarily. And I also, I think you can layer short-term funding, right? So if you layer projects and you're committed to a particular community and responsibility, you can layer them. I think that there are two things. The one is, somebody mentioned a lottery system once instead of a call for proposals. And I am starting to think it's right, because at the moment, the competition for funding is so high, and the resources that we're putting into proposal writing, and then you're turning away A++ proposals because there's so many. I think this is an insane thing that we are actually doing at the moment, and we actually just either proposal writing, we're either servicing journals or we're servicing funding proposals. So those are things that I feel pressure from the academia side, which we could change, to just stop and say, no, we're not doing this. And the lottery system is appealing more and more to me, actually, to be honest. And then from my colleagues, I feel intense pressure on what constitutes science if you're engaging in emotions and politics, and what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be doing biodiversity? And we've moved to underlying causes now, and that's not and so those are the things that I feel pressure around now, and I really do fundamentally think we need to rethink our position in academia as we go into it. And not everybody has to do societal outreach, but if you're going to be doing it, we really need to rethink what constitutes a good scientist.
Yeah, apologies in advance, but I still have a lot of ammunition. The first thing is we have to keep the basis. The basis is that we have to fight the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution together. And if we do not, we are doomed. And if aliens would come on this planet, they would say they are completely stupid. They are completely stupid. They are destroying their only home. And we started, we humans, to destroy our planet, not necessarily with civilization and agriculture. The real footprint started with greed. It's some humans in all communities. They wanted to be more powerful, and we still have some on the international scene. And it's impossible to know what will happen on this planet, even within 15 years, because we are now in chaotic models. But just think about 100, 200 years from now on. Personally, I think it will be completely catastrophic. So how can we change, all of us? Well, first, it's impossible to be perfect. So do I have to go the weekend to Milano? Do I have to buy a new iPhone? Or do I have to buy a new T-shirt? Well, maybe yes. Maybe the trip to Milano is important because it's the wedding of your best friend and you should not cry during 1 week. But at least you know what is your footprint. You are aware. And then, do we have to change to go trade? Do we have to go to local production? Well, yeah. It's horrible to be able to buy a garlic from China in a garlic producing area in Europe. This is a nonsense. But this is what we're doing. And we have trade agreements by the EU, so we should, maybe change that. Why do you think Russia is invading Ukraine? It's not because of the landscape of Luhansk, It's just because you have minerals on that area. That's what they want. Yeah, I have many things to say. So, to stay positive in a way, we have the concept of nature positive. And there are more and more allies. We have the World Economic Forum. We have the European Investment Bank. 5 years ago, no way, but now they are there. Nature is resilient. Nature can come back, even on a very polluted area, except if the population or species are extinct. But it's still possible. And there are policies that we implemented, and they are working. So the water quality of rivers in Europe exploded, really improved since the 70s because we banned some things. And now, with this new narrative of competitiveness, startups, jobs, blah, 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 well, let's take that as an opportunity to convince our colleagues. So we have to adapt what's in it for me in this narrative. So when you invest in nature, actually it's good for your business because. That was exactly the case when I had to inform my own hierarchy at DGRTD, so Director General level and directors, about the invasive alien species assessment by IBES. The first reaction was, alien, everybody was laughing. Really, huh? And I'm talking about scientists. And then I said, well, you have to convince people with facts, and particularly when you talk about money. And so when I said, well, you know, actually invasive alien species represent a cost of 427 billion per year, and this could quadruple in 10 years, then they were listening. So in a way, the dramatic message about biodiversity loss is working for some audience, but most of them, yeah, okay, we will lose some butterflies, we don't care. But when you say, if you do that, if you change, these are the benefits for your business, etc., then they implement. And this is now the strategy that we are adopting with our team on nature-based solutions. It's just, it would cost less in eating if you have a green wall. You can have more water in your field if you do that. And by the way, it helps biodiversity, but this is not the first angle. And I will finish with one thing is, oh my God, I have confidential information. It's the end of the project, but it doesn't mean that you will die. Huh? It doesn't mean that your report will not be used. We are there. And yes, we have the cluster transformative change. But probably you know that transformative change is still in the work program 25. But the main message from the Alternate conference was, we need to test on the ground. So living labs. And then you have one guy from RTD. He drafted a topic on living labs for transformative change, and that will be in work program 26-27. So wait for it. It's coming beginning of next year, and it's to test living labs per ecosystem, so like forestry, cities, agriculture, and then per challenge, water, etc. Because we will never succeed if we do not have the farmers, the hunters, the fishers, the mayor, urban users. But so, well, I hope you will get the project.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all our panelists, leaving us with a little bit of a message of hope. I think we covered a lot of ground, from the destruction of the Roman civilization to change is still possible. Diversity is important, and we need to use our power. So everyone in the room, take your own power seriously and think about what we can communicate, and using those last final remarks around how to communicate well across different audiences could be useful. So thank you very much. I'm going to pass to Ilham for a last couple of words to say goodbye to our online participants before we move to the roof.
Thank you so much. I was asked to say final couple of words, a little bit linking what we have heard with PLANET4B experience, especially considering that some of our online participants will have to go now, who cannot continue with us with our next session, which will be in a different location. I have heard, I think, two things registered, and I would like to finish with that on my part. I have heard contradictions. I think we have to deal all the time with contradictions, such as that we need love and hope. We need to know that we will be frustrated, we will have anxiety. I have also heard contradictions that we need to be real, we need to be here and now and think about what works now and for a very specific situation. But also we need to learn, understand what works better and continue looking for improvements scientifically, and learn also how to use scientific knowledge for better purpose all the time. And I think what PLANET4B did in that sense was exactly combining this, both understanding and facilitating change all the time. I felt that we were struggling with this, we were living with that all the time. And I hope some of our outputs will continue living after this, just as Jill suggested, providing knowledge for the future projects. And the second thing I noticed for me mentally was the need to recognize that we are all the time past dependent, that we need to think about the historical roots of the problems, while we also need to talk. It helps us to move to those types of realities that are better, that are more desired, and break the past dependencies. In that sense, I believe PLANET4B contributed by creating a much stronger, my feeling at least, biased feeling, critical mass of informed citizens. Again, what I think Gilles was talking about is those people who can filter complex information, not being afraid of failing and trying and doing what at that moment at least looks right. So I'm feeling very privileged to be part of this community and to listen to this excellent panel. I thank everyone for their participation, and I hope to see you in our next events. And with that, I think we are ready to close our session. I pass it back to Kira.
Yes, I have the best job now of inviting you all for the complimentary cocktails on the rooftop bar. So if you can make your way to the lifts or the stairs, we'll be on floor 7. Don't worry, it is undercover, so we're not going to get wet. But please do make the most of those complimentary drinks and nibbles. And yeah, just a final word to say thanks to our panelists and everyone who's followed online today, and everyone in the room for bringing the energy and the questions. So thank you.
maybe later. Some people